now 10:22, and I call the July 23, 2026 Planning Board meeting to order. We have the following board members with us today: Commissioner Lala.
Present.
Commissioner Matthews.
Good morning, here.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Present. Good morning.
And I'm Vice Chair Okoye. We now move forward to the business at hand. Please note that the deadline for all participants for registration and for all submission of materials and exhibits was due 12 noon on Tuesday before the planning board meeting. The order of cases for today's meeting is as follows: items 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, 9, 11, 5, 6, and 8. The first item on the agenda is item number 1. Commissioner's item, resolution of appreciation for Toluca Long Gowns. Toluca Long Gowns is retiring with 37 years of service within the NFPPC, Department of Parks and Recreation, Prince George's County. During her journey with the Commission and the Prince George's County Employees Child Care Center, Ms. Long Gowns served in several roles: classroom monitor, assistant director, and program director. Accreditation for the Child Care Center and work with leaders and teaching staff to achieve accreditation for both of the Commission's Child Care Centers within Prince George's County. Ms. Long Gowns received numerous awards and recognitions, including the prestigious GDP Howard Award for outstanding contributions to children in 2015. We extend best wishes to Ms. Long Gowns' retirement, and we congratulate her on her retirement. Commissioner Matthews will look for a motion to approve this resolution.
I, with enthusiasm, move approval of the resolution of appreciation for Toluca Long Gowns. Congratulations.
I said.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and a second by Commissioner Matthews. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Lala.
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Ayes have it. Can we give a hand of applause to Fortunately, is she in the room? No. Unfortunately, she's not here. But we wish her the best of luck in the next chapter. Wherever she is, I think she may be watching, but I want to show that we appreciate you, appreciate your hard work, and enjoy retirement. The next item on the agenda is item number 2, draft minutes of July 2nd, 2026. We'll look for a motion to approve the minutes of July 2nd, 2026.
I move approval of the minutes. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and second by Commissioner Lala. Classroom monitor. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Lala.
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The ayes have it. The next item on the agenda is item number 3B, an executive session. The following is my closing statement. Pursuant to the general provisions article of the Annotated Code of Maryland Act 3-305, subsection B3, a closed session is proposed to discuss the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and for matters related thereto, and for the purpose of protecting the Commission's negotiation positions. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I move approval of the closing statement and to go into executive session. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and a second by Commissioner Lala. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Lala.
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews,
Aye.
and I will vote aye as well. We will now reconvene in open session following the executive session. Thank you very much. Parks and Recreation item, Historic Agricultural Resource Preservation Program. So we'll move forward to the consent agenda 4B. What is it? All right, so item 3C, Parks and Recreation item, Historic Agricultural Resource Preservation Program app. Do we have any motion?
Presentation.
Oh, good, present. Okay.
Good morning, Vice Chair Okoye, fellow planning board members. For the record, my name is Paul Sun, Land Acquisition Specialist, Department of Parks and Recreation. We're here today to seek your approval on the Historic Agricultural Resource Preservation Program Easement Purchase Agreement, otherwise known as HARP. Joining us today is Janine Nutter from Prince George's County Soil Conservation District, SCD, who is the HARP Program Administrator. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in the southern part of the county on Croom Airport Road, approximately 1/2 miles east of its intersection with Croom Road. Our previous HARP ranking, which was presented to the Planning Board on July of 2025, this property was one of 4 properties on that list. Next slide. With that, I will turn it to Ms. Nutter, who will be providing you with more specifics on this property.
Good morning, Janine Nutter with Prince George's Soil Conservation District for the record. So this particular property is approximately 36 acres. It's a combination of pasture and woodland. It's primarily woodland. It has a house on it, and it has class 2, 3, and 4 soils of approximately 7 acres. They have horses and hay, and it is in the Prairie Preservation Area. Next slide, please. This property, as Paul had mentioned, it was ranked 4, and attached is the ranking, and there are preference points provided for where the property is located, the fact that it is adjoining a historic road, the fact that it is adjoining another contiguous property or park. Next slide, please. There's ranking points provided for the size of the parcel. This one's a little smaller, and there is ranking points provided for it being designated in the Prairie Preservation Area. Next slide, please. This is a aerial view of the property. Next slide, please. The average per acre value for this was $8,206, and it will encompass approximately 36 acres, less 1 acre for the house. So the total estimated easement purchase price will be approximately $265,960.67. The owner has agreed to accept the proposed purchase price and has signed the agreement. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Paul Simon.
Parks and Recreation staff, along with Soil Conservation District, recommends to the Planning Board approval of this easement purchase agreement. Lastly, should the Planning Board decide to approve this purchase agreement, we respectfully request that the resolution of approval be added to today's consent agenda item later today. This concludes staff's presentation. Are there any questions?
No.
Question from the Planning Board?
No.
I see none, I hear none. Do you have a motion?
I move approval of the easement purchase agreement.
I second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and second by Commissioner Matthews. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Lala?
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move forward to the consent agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to oppose the staff recommendation on the consent agenda items? any board member who wishes to discuss these items? We'll look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we adopt the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and a second by Commissioner Lala. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Lala,
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. The ayes will have it. We'll now move to the regular agenda items. The first item on the agenda is item number 7, Community Planning Division, Premier Port Town Sector Plan and Proposed Sectional Map Amendment. We'll now hear from staff who will present these items. Emily Lewis and Analco Lewis.
Good morning, members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Emily Lutz, Project Manager for the Port Town Sector Plan. Today, I'm joined by Arnaldo Ruiz, Deputy Project Manager, and Sarah Benton, Assistant Chief with the Community Planning Division. Next slide, please. During today's work session, we will provide project background, review staff's recommended changes based on testimony received, and go over next steps moving forward. Next slide. Next slide. After the Planning Board granted permission to print in October 2025, the preliminary Port Town Sector Plan and its proposed sectional map amendment were released for public review and comment in February 2026. Then the Planning Board, in conjunction with the County Council, held a joint public hearing on May 11th. The close of the record was on May 26th. And today we are holding a work session to go over the testimony received. Next slide. For additional context, the Port Town Sector Plan area is located within planning areas 68 and 69 and within Council District 5. It generally comprises the properties within the municipal boundaries of Bladensburg, Collar Manor, Cottage City, and Edmonston. Next slide. Next slide. Staff received 25 pieces of written testimony and 5 speakers presented verbal testimony at the joint public hearing. 2 pieces of late testimony marked as T1 and T2 were received after the close of the record. Staff have included recommendations based on the late testimony into their analysis and request that the Planning Board allow T1 and T2 into the record pursuant to Section 273502 F3 of the zoning ordinance, which requires a motion by the Planning Board.
Right, so we need a motion right now, Vice Chair, to accept the late testimony.
I move that we adopt the late testimony.
I second.
Right, we have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and second by Commissioner Matthews. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Jenkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews,
Aye.
Commissioner Lala,
Aye.
and I vote aye.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This section of the presentation discusses the key issues raised in public testimony. These issues are complex and require lengthier staff analysis. We've categorized the testimony analysis into 3 groups, which are the proposed neighborhood center transition area and edge, incorporating recommendations from a recent spring 2026 PALS project, and the proposed neighborhood center boundary. Next slide, please. The preliminary plan introduces a transition area to act as an edge around the proposed neighborhood center boundary, which included a recommended zoning change from RSF 65 to RSF A. The town of Colmar Manor and some of its residents expressed concerns about the possible cumulative impacts of this proposed zoning change, whereas the towns of Cottage City and Bladensburg submitted testimony in favor of all proposed zoning changes, which includes rezoning part of the transition area and their respective boundaries. Next slide, please. In general, those that supported this policy and zoning change noted the benefits of increasing density to help current overcrowding issues and support future infrastructure improvements to the area. Those that opposed this recommendation cited numerous concerns and are skeptical of the benefits this would provide for them. Staff organized the testimony in opposition into 5 categories for further analysis. For the first category, which is discussed on pages 709 and 710 of your packet, there appears to be confusion about the purpose of the transition area based on the testimony received, so staff would like to clarify what the intended purpose is. The preliminary plan transition area is intended to provide a wider variety and greater number of housing options at a density that serves as a transition between single-family neighborhoods and the proposed neighborhood center. It also responds to the ongoing housing shortage by creating opportunities for additional homes and diverse housing types within the plan area. In the second category, which is discussed on page 710 of your packet, residents also expressed that improvements could increase property values, taxes, and utility costs, potentially leading to the displacement of existing residents. A sector plan cannot raise or lower taxes, Many factors contribute to property taxes, which are determined by the Maryland Department of Assessments and Taxation. The preliminary sector plan looks at this issue through the lens of The Affordable City by Shane Phillips, which categorizes housing policy into 3 legs of the stool, which are supply, stability, and subsidy. The housing and neighborhood element dedicates a large portion of its discussion and policy recommendations to the importance of stability and protection for current residents. In the third category, which is discussed on page 710 of your packet, staff received testimony expressing concerns that an increase in density could create insufficient on-street parking, worsen traffic congestion, and increase collisions. The project team listened to parking concerns throughout the public engagement process and heard many of the single-family housing units are overcrowded, which is noted as a key contributor to on-street parking demand. The preliminary plan addresses parking concerns by encouraging new housing options and legal home conversions to reduce overcrowding. It also promotes active transportation, public transit, and clean streets to distribute travel demand more evenly, reduce car dependency, improve safety, and help ease parking and traffic pressures. In the fourth category, which is discussed on pages 710 and 711 of your packet, testimony expressed concerns that the population growth could increase crime and place additional strain on water, sewer, stormwater, and electrical infrastructure. Encouraging infill development in established neighborhoods can improve public safety and service efficiency by leveraging and enhancing existing infrastructure and emergency services through generated tax revenue from new development. Lastly, in the fifth category, which is discussed on page 711 of your packet, there are several concerns that introducing new housing types would be incompatible with the area's scale and appearance of predominantly single-family detached homes. Infill housing does not inherently diminish neighborhood character, and while the plan references compatible design, the zoning ordinance contains design standards that promote compatible urban design with surrounding scale. Additionally, the current zoning designation of RSF 65 has either the same or similar dimensional standards when compared to the RSF-A zone. Next slide, please. Given the mixed feedback on the proposed transition area concept, staff analyzed 3 options to address this in the improved plan. The first option we looked at is to retain the neighborhood center transition area and to retain the proposed rezoning. The second option is to retain the neighborhood center transition area and remove the proposed rezoning. And the third option we looked at included removing the neighborhood center area and removing the proposed rezoning. Staff recommend option 2 for the adopted version of the plan, which retains the neighborhood transition area but removes the proposed zoning changes due to the ongoing missing middle housing study and the potential interest in evaluating the creation of edge standards of the neighborhood activity center zone. CB 15-2024 significantly increased the maximum density in the neighborhood activity center zone from 30 dwelling units per net acre to 90 without creating an edge similar to other transit-oriented activity center-based zones. For comparison, prior to CB 15-2024, the town activity center zone and local transit-oriented zone permitted 80 dwelling units per net acre in the core and included edge standards. This increased density permitted in the neighborhood activity center zone makes retaining the transition area relevant. The transition area is also intended to provide a lower intensity residential buffer between the neighborhood center and surrounding area by introducing missing middle housing types that are currently lacking in the plan area. Staff recommends revisiting the proposed zoning if the county's missing middle housing study results in zoning ordinance changes to ensure the area continues to support the plan's intended mix of housing options and transitional development pattern. Next slide, please. For option 2, changes to the draft plan would include revising strategy LU 6.1 to remove the RSF-A zoning designation and instead call for a future analysis of the boundary and appropriate zoning after countywide zoning amendments, including edge requirements and findings from the missing middle housing study are adopted. Staff analyzed the properties in the proposed transition area and determined the parcels in Williamsburg provide a unique opportunity to provide an increase in housing diversity. What makes Port Towns unique are the small lot sizes, originating from standards in the early 1900s, but today can be a barrier for redevelopment due to required lot consolidation, which is often cost prohibitive. The parcels noted in zoning change 38, 39, and 40 within the transition area are one of the few examples of larger lot sizes in residentially zoned areas and are an opportunity to provide residential infill near transit. Staff recommend adding these Williamsburg properties to strategy LU 6.2, Table 25, and Map 26 to provide context-sensitive medium-high infill residential development. Lastly, staff recommend revising the transition area call-out box on the needed analysis for future studies. Changes to the SMA would include removing zoning change 34, 35, 36, and correcting a zoning change error that would have been addressed in zoning change 36, which labeled an existing single-family detached home as ROS and the adjacent community garden as RSF 65. Next slide, please. During the public participation process for reviewing the preliminary plan, there was a Partnership for Action, Learning, and Sustainability project with the University of Maryland, which I'll refer to as a PALS project. This resulted in 4 trail ideas with different wayfinding suggestions that the 4 towns would like incorporated into the group plan. Next slide, please. Staff support reviewing the plan and adjusting as needed to further align with the PALS project to support and strengthen the Cultural Heritage Trail in Vision and Policy HD3. We've categorized plan amendments into 5 themes in order to incorporate this project into the plan. Next slide, please. For plan length, noted on page 714 of your packet, staff recommends moving several appendices online to reduce the plan's overall length, improve readability, and accommodate additional visuals and recommendations from the PALS project without expanding the printed document into 2 books. For element overlap, noted on page 714 of your packet, staff also recommends moving all branding, placemaking, and programming policies into the placemaking element to reduce overlap, improve organization, and emphasize the importance of placemaking in achieving the plan's vision. For cross-references, noted on page 715 of your packet, reorganizing some of these preliminary plans, policies, and strategies to placemaking will require updating policy and strategy numbering and their cross-references throughout the plan. Next slide, please. For wayfinding, discussed on page 715 of your packet, staff incorporated the PALS project's wayfinding signage recommendations and trail connections into a unified cultural heritage trail concept, including a new map and guidance in the placemaking element to strengthen trail identity and connectivity through the 4 towns. In addition to creating a network of identified significant locations, the PALS project also suggests connecting the plan's opportunity sites to the cultural heritage trail. And staff suggests showing wayfinding and placemaking concepts in section 3 of the plan, which aims to visually show what implementation may look like. Staff also suggests adding a new online appendix that describes the PALS project scope of work and links to the final deliverables, which will be located on our website. The summary of the project will clearly articulate the need for the towns to finalize and adopt these suggestions upon further study and a broader public participation process. Next slide, please. For bicycle and pedestrian network, discussed on pages 714 and 715 of your packet, the PALS project required additional connectivity enhancements, such as a new mid-block crossings, crosswalk striping, revised multimodal infrastructure, a new shared lane, and a new shared use path to better connect destinations throughout the 4 towns. And now I will turn it over to Arnaldo.
Thank you, Emily. The last key issue we'll be looking is the proposed neighborhood center boundary. The preliminary plan defined a precise neighborhood center boundary within Port Town, which built on Plan 2035 growth policy framework, incorporated feedback from extensive public engagement to support increased mixed-use development, and reflects additional analysis of the area's zoning, land use, and historical context. Staff received mixed feedback on the proposed neighborhood center boundary, with supporters highlighting its potential to attract investment, mixed-use development, and community improvement, while opponents raised numerous concerns that staff grouped into 5 categories for further analysis. Next slide, please. For proposed boundary, discussed on page 730 of your packet, staff received 1 piece of testimony questioning whether Port Town has a true center, citing a lack of notable landmark, and state that a linear center fails to function effectively. The proposed center boundary reflects Plan 2035 policies, public engagement, zoning and land use consideration, area history, and market analysis. Although the Port Town neighborhood center is linear, its boundary is designed to encompass existing gathering places, support higher intensity development and connectivity, and is anchored by opportunity sites that can function as compact activity hubs along the corridor. For access to transit, discussed on pages 730 and 731 of your packet, the testimony noted there are no MART or metro stations and only limited bus routes. Plan 2035 state neighborhood centers are intended for primarily residential areas that generally have fewer transit options and offer neighborhood serving, retail, and office uses. While Metro and MART stations are outside of the boundary, they are in close proximity. Additionally, Bladensburg Road and Annapolis Road are part of the 2025 Better Bus Network high-frequency route. making it an appropriate location for neighborhood-serving mixed-use development. For traffic and safety, discussed on page 731 of your packet, the testimony noted traffic congestion and increased safety concern. Staff already discussed traffic concern earlier, but to reiterate the preliminary plan proposed urban street design standard to promote active transportation and access public transit to distribute travel demand more evenly, reduce car dependency, improve safety, and help ease parking and traffic pressures. For proposed zoning discussed on page 731 of your packet, property owner within the proposed neighborhood center boundary opposed the NAC zoning designation because it limits their ability to retain building or expand industrial operations. Maintaining or rezoning properties for industrial zoning, which generally allows heavier uses, traffic, and limited pedestrian activity within the neighborhood center boundaries, is counter to the purpose and intent of the center. The shift from industrial to NEC permitted uses moved toward creating walkable, mixed-use, community-serving development. Maintaining existing NEC zoning and expanding this zoning designation to other areas within the neighborhood center boundary further aligned with the county's general plan, community vision for the area, and the policies within the preliminary plan. It is important to add that existing industrial businesses can continue operation even if the zoning change is approved and will be considered non-conforming. For the opportunity side, discussed on page 731 and 732 of your packet, some of the property owners noted concern with the visual framework provided in the plan and stated the rendering are unrealistic or not in the character of the area. The visual framework and opportunity side concept are for illustrative purpose only and mean to help a broader audience imagine what could be based on the plan's policies and strategies. With development at any of the identified opportunity sites is property owner-driven, and realizing this conceptual redevelopment into thriving mixed-use hub will take a combination of collaboration, strategic marketing, regulatory support, and financial incentive. Next slide, please. Staff recommend maintaining the proposed neighborhood center boundary and proposed zoning changes within the boundary based on substantial public engagement and staff analysis of the area. Given the confusion regarding the purpose of the opportunity site section, staff suggests revising the introduction to reiterate the purpose of the visual framework section. Next, please. Any additional testimony not considered a major issue were classified based on the 9 elements of the plan, which we will go over next. Next, please. Zoning change 51 was intended to preserve an existing development by finding a zoning designation that allowed both the use and current density. Changes to the zoning ordinance's definition no longer makes this zoning change necessary, and staff suggests removing applicable recommendations for zoning change 51 both in the preliminary plan and in the proposed SMA. The town of Edmonton requests designating their northern industrial area as another maker district. Staff agree and recommend changing the future land use designation of Edmonton Northern Industrial Area to mixed use while retaining industrial zoning to support a secondary maker district, expand opportunities for compatible industrial and creative uses, and better integrate the area with adjacent residential neighborhoods. Next, please. Staff received testimony to create a green jobs and youth workforce. Staff agree and suggest broadening the proposed strategy to also support Maker District career. Staff received testimony to recognize Prince George Soil Conservation District policies, allowing agriculture on industrial and commercially zoned properties. Staff agree and suggest revising strategy EP 6.1 to include language for rooftop agriculture and adding a new strategy under policy EP 7. Submitted testimony requested the county consider all the ways to help facilitate community serving organizations establish permanent routes. Staff suggests adding a new strategy under policy EP2 to advocate for countywide program that can help with businesses anti-displacement. Next, please. Coleman Manor submitted testimony to explore a pedestrian connection to the Anacosia River pedestrian bridge. Staff recommend including the proposed connection in the plan as a long-term goal, with the understanding that implementation will depend on a feasibility study to protect the levee and the identification of innovative funding sources. The Department of Parks and Recreation submitted revision to Table 34, which included numerous recommendations for facility improvement. Staff agree with Parks' suggestions and have incorporated applicable edits in Table 34. Next, please. The steering committee members suggest adding a strategy to develop a four-town climate action plan. Staff agreed that a unified and coordinated plan between the four towns could be beneficial and suggest adding a new strategy under policy NE1. We also received testimony recommending a green bank and environmental microloan program. The creation of a countywide or statewide program is outside the scope of this sector plan. However, the towns can explore a local microloan program. Staff suggests adding a new strategy under policy NE1 for the town to implement and or look into when developing a climate action plan. Next, please. Staff received testimony to include a formal land acknowledgement and commitment to specific engagement with indigenous communities in the Port Town area. Staff agree in creating future engagement opportunities with Maryland recognized tribal organizations and suggest adding a strategy to establish practices for indigenous tribal engagement during the development review process and adding a second for future collaboration opportunities to support policy HD1. The Historic Preservation Commission recommended several technical edits and corrections to improve clarity, including revising strategies HD 1.3 and HD 1.4 to identify properties that may merit evaluation for potential designation as county historic sites or locally significant resources. The Commission also suggested adding a strategy to establish guidelines to support an inclusive narrative of historic and cultural heritage. Lastly, they suggested adding a strategy to conduct a historic site evaluation for Fort Lincoln Cemetery to help with future planning decisions. Next, please. Next, please. Staff requests that the Planning Board provide guidance on how to proceed with the recommended amendments and direct staff to prepare both the resolution of adoption and the resolution of endorsement. Next, please. Following today's work session, we anticipate the Planning Board to take action on July 30th, 2026, followed by the District Council work session in September 2026, with a final District Council action date in October 2026. Next, please. This concludes our presentation, and the team is available to answer any question the Planning Board may have.
Thank you so much, Emily and Mr. Arnoldo. Great job, well done. That's quite an extensive presentation. Do you have any questions from staff?
No.
I see none, I hear none. This is a work session, and there are no speakers allowed on the work session. Hearing is now closed. Board members, any deliberation? If not, what's your pleasure?
I move that we direct staff to prepare and finalize the resolution of adoption and resolution of endorsement, including staff's recommended amendments.
I second.
All right, here a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and a second by Commissioner Matthews. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Jenkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
Commissioner Lala?
Aye.
And I vote aye, and the ayes will have it. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. The next item on the agenda is item number 10, Office of the Planning Director, Legislative Draft and Request, LDR-151-2026. We'll now hear from staff. Natalia Gomez.
Good morning, Vice Chair and members of the Planning Board. Natalia Gomez with the Planning Director's Office. Item 10 is legislative drafting request, LDR 151-2026. Next slide, please. So I'm gonna, before I move into describing what LDR 151 is, I wanna quickly run the board, especially Commissioner Lola, what the legislative process is, and for the attendees as well. So when there is a potential text amendment that the County Council wants to introduce, they transmit the text amendment in an LDR form. That LDR states for legislative drafting requests. The Planning Department reviews the LDR. We provide comments. They publish a staff report with all these comments and present a recommendation for the Planning Board to either support, oppose, or take no position on said bill. So what we do is we just recommend a position. We have no saying in whether the bill will be approved or not. After this, we bring the bill to the LDR to the Planning Board, as I mentioned, for recommendation. Once the Planning Board makes a motion and vote, we transmit this information to the County Council. And that's when here, the timeline you see here starts. So we are currently in the Planning Board hearing and recommendation stage. As I say, once this Planning Board concludes for this LDR and any other LDR that we could present typically, it moves, we transmit it to the County Council when it will receive, first of all, a bill number. Right now, there is no bill number for the LDRs. They receive a bill number and they will move up on the normal legislative process at a County Council level, which starts with a council presentation. Then it moves to a committee meetings, and then an introduction and a public hearing. There is opportunity for public hearing and testimony on these bills at a council level as well. And I want the public to be mindful about it because you have multiple opportunities to comment on the bills. And one of them is, and when you see committee meeting, when the bill is referred to a committee, you can submit written testimony and you can participate in those committee meetings, as well as in the public hearing stage at the council level. That's when, at the time of adoption, that's when the bill will be eventually approved or not approved, or enacted or not enacted. So the Planning Department at this time just provides a recommendation to the council level. I just want everyone to be mindful about it. Now, moving into our business, our first LDR, if we can move forward, please, is LDR 151, which is essentially what this bill proposes is to make regulations for cannabis dispensaries and cannabis micro-dispensaries consistent with the provisions of state law. Essentially, there is the Maryland Assembly passed the Maryland Cannabis Reform Act in 2023, and because it's a state law, we have to conform to what the state law says about cannabis dispensaries and micro-dispensaries. Next slide, please. Here's a little background. So as I mentioned, in 2023, there was a law reform act introduced. Later, at the council level, there was CB 13 that was enacted and provided some regulations for uses corresponding to each license type, which means micro-dispensaries or dispensaries. Later, last year in 2025, we brought an LDR on the form of LDR 78 that later became CB 65. And that essentially what we did is we modified our zoning ordinance to make it consistent with what the state law says about dispensaries and micro-dispensaries. Next slide, please. And what this bill is doing currently is just adding two things. First of all, it's adding place of worship to state. Let me recap a little. State law and the zoning ordinance determine that dispensaries and micro-dispensaries need to have a certain limit distance from certain facilities, which include childcare, playground, centers, recreation center, libraries, parks, and we are adding place of worship. That is also on the state law. Well, sorry, the bill sponsor is adding that. And they're also adding the word pre-existing. That is just to avoid any non-conforming issues for existing dispensary and micro-dispensaries that can be once the bill becomes enacted, it can be a non-conforming use for a dispensary that is not meeting that distance at the time. That's essentially it. So it's just introducing two words to there. Next slide, please. Because of the simplicity of the bill and because, as I mentioned, we're just trying to make the zoning ordinance consistent with the state law, I recommend the planning board to support this bill and the findings of the staff report. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. The question is, when you say existing, can you elaborate on that existing and non-conforming?
Yes, so last year when we introduced if you can move 2 slides back, please. When we introduced language about the distance of where microdistance, actually, can you go to the next one? Yeah, so if you see the second bullet, it says that the licensed dispensary may not locate within 500 feet of, ignore the pre-existing, of a primary, secondary schools, licensed childcare, registered family childcare home, playground, recreation center, library, public park, or place of worship. That bill was enacted last year, and what happened is that there can be existing dispensaries or micro dispensaries in less than that do not meet that 500 feet distance at the time that the bill was enacted last year. So let's say a micro dispensary was in operation in January 2025. And when this bill last year, 65, was enacted in November, that would create a non-conforming situation because the law says you cannot be located in less than 500 feet. So what we're adding is adding the word pre-existing just to avoid that situation of non-conforming.
So meaning that they will not be allowed?
They will be allowed if they are pre-existing.
If they're already pre-existing.
Yeah, new are not allowed.
Make sure that we all get that. It's already there, it's already there.
Correct.
Okay. Any other question?
None.
I see none, I hear none. Any deliberation? What's your pleasure?
I move that we adopt the findings of staff and forward them as the planning board's recommendation on LDR 151-2026.
Second.
All right. I see a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and second by Commissioner Matthews. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Jenkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
Commissioner Lala?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye as well. Thank you very much, Ms. Gomez. And the ayes will have it. The next item on the agenda is item number 9, Office of the Planning Director, IGL 149-2026. 09 here from staff. Ms. Gomez.
Me, Natalia Gomez, with the Planning Director. LDR 149-2026. Their purpose is essentially to add a new use called Sustainable Inclusive Mixed-Use Community. However, today I'm coming here to the board to request a continuance for next week. The reason is we are still receiving additional information that staff needs to analyze before we are able to bring it to the planning board. Given the complexity of this bill, you have the staff report in your binder, but we receive additional information that we would like to add to the record eventually. So with that, I will request that we could move the presentation of this bill for July 30th next week.
So July 30th?
30th.
That'll be next Thursday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So do we have a motion to?
I move that we continue the public hearing on LDR 149-2026 to the next scheduled planning board meeting on Thursday, July 30th, 2000.
Right.
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Jenkins and second by Commissioner Matthews. We'll call the roll. Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Lala.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. We'll continue that. The ayes have it. Next item on the agenda, item 11, Office of the Planning Director, Legislative Drafter Request, LTR-155-2026. We'll now hear from staff. Heather Wheeler.
Good try. Good morning, Vice Chair and members of the Planning Board. I do have a difficult name. For the record, my name is Heather Wheeler.
Beautiful name,
I'm with the Planning Director's Office. And we're here to discuss a legislative drafting request, specifically legislative drafting request 155-2026. And with that, so next slide. So this is a slide that we just went through in Natalia's presentation, but again, we are at the first portion of this timeline. That portion is the planning board hearing and recommendation. And so this will move forward after this meeting concludes with whatever recommendation the board decides, and it will have several stops along the way after it receives its bill number. Next slide. Okay, so the purpose of this bill, I beg your indulgence because I'm going to provide a little bit of background here, mostly because this bill has several different components to it.
Okay.
It's not a simple bill.
Take your time.
Okay, so LDR 155-2006 permits development of qualified data centers as a use by right in the agricultural residential district and the rural estate district. Specifically, the amendment is revising the permitted use table, which is the first component that you'll see in the bill when you look at the bill, to allow for the development of the qualified data centers in those two districts. It also sets the minimum project size, which is 150 acres in AR and 50 acres in RE zones. It removes the requirement for the detailed site plan requirements under certain conditions, and so those conditions are outlined in the bill. In addition to that, the bill is amending specifically additional language for distance criteria for specific uses. So I'm going to read this right off the staff report from the record. This is page 3 in the staff report. It's very specific. It says it amends the language to adjust the distance requirements between the qualified data centers and regional parks, residential uses, or places of worship. The distance criteria for the regional parks remains at 4,000 feet, while the distance criteria for residential uses and places of worship is increased from the current 300 feet to 500 feet. In addition, a community benefit agreement subject to approval of the district council member and the county executive is a new requirement added to this section. It should also be noted that the amended language in this bill has a provision to clarify where the development of a qualified data center is permitted as a use by right in the AR and the RE zones to specifically those properties having the following characteristics: existing high voltage transmission lines or towers, and property being repurposed from an active or permitted sanitary landfill or rubble fill, surface mining operation class 3 fill, or otherwise officially designated as a brownfield. The concern here is the brownfield term that is not defined in the bill. Okay, so that's one of the areas that is a little bit of a concern because we do not have a qualified definition in your current land development code. The bill does also not clarify that terminology. So that provides ambiguity, which means we don't know what criteria or parameters are going to be used to determine a brownfield with this bill. And that is an issue. Next slide. So just a little bit of background on this because qualified data centers have quite a history here in Prince George's County. So I wanted to kind of go through the various steps of what has occurred, right? Initially, the county council established the data center task force. That task force basically took most of last year from April through November, and they studied the qualified data center issue, okay? And as a result, they had multiple different meetings through this task force time. There were community engagement events. Ultimately, it culminated in a report. That report was provided to the county council with recommendations from the task force in January of this year. Since that time, the county executive has issued a second executive order. That executive order basically put a hold on any new applications coming in or the review of any current applications that are in for review for permitting processing of any sort. Okay. In addition to that, we had several other LDRs that have come through that have addressed qualified data task force. That stuff is also included in the staff report. One bill went back over to the actual county council, but it's been sitting in committee and has not moved. So as the writing of this report and this meeting, that particular piece of legislation has not progressed. Okay. In addition to that, there were two other bills that came over for review, but they were prematurely sent to us and they were requested to return. So those bills have been returned back to the clerk and the county clerk, and until we see them and they're formally submitted into the process, we don't opine on them. Okay, but all of those particular legislative bills and drafting requests that came over, we're really talking about location. Where can we put qualified data task centers within Prince George's County? Every single one of them is talking about that issue. It's a placement issue. Last week or 2 weeks now, the county council issued a temporary moratorium. That temporary moratorium basically says we are not to accept any new applications, we're not to process any existing applications, we're not to move forward on anything related to qualified data task force for a minimum of 2 years, or when the county council passes a legislative package that is a comprehensive package dealing with location, placement, and design criteria for these large data centers, because that's what a qualified data task force, a qualified data center means. It's a large campus project. It's a very intense use. And so as a result of that intensity, the county council has decided, or a majority of the county council has decided, that they want to review this issue more. So that kind of sets the background for where we are today. Next slide. So this is our policy analysis, and it's very abbreviated. I want to go over just a couple of different areas. Why we are in opposition to the bill is very specific. And it is because it is not consistent with the intent of the two zoning districts where this is now going to be a use by right. As a result of that inconsistency, staff could not support this bill on its face, the way it's written. We also could not come to a place where we would be able to provide amendments to you that we could support, because the intent of this bill is specifically to put data centers, large campuses, in a rural environment and on agricultural property. And we don't know the parameters, right? We don't know the parameters that are actually going to be required, that are going to be limiting factors, because we don't know what is considered a brownfield based on the text of the amendment. As a result of that, we really can't support this because it's not consistent with your plan, your 2035 plan. In addition to that, it is also an issue where it doesn't meet any of the criteria that we spent a lot of time and money studying last year through the Data Task Force Center. It doesn't meet any of the recommendations that task force center put out there. Now, is it required to? Absolutely not. But we took a lot of intention as a community, and the county council took a lot of intention as a community to go through that process to provide data and analysis for all of the neighborhoods all over the county, not just looking at rural areas, not just looking at existing developed sites, looking at everything. It was a holistic approach. It was a comprehensive approach. To have a bill come forward that doesn't meet any of the recommendations or the intentions of that process is really counterintuitive to what, as a community, we've already kind of started down this path. In addition, we have spent a lot of money in this community. I mean, I'm a beneficiary of this because I just moved here from Florida and I live in the rural environment, the agricultural environment. I get to enjoy every day when I go home the rural and beautiful landscape that is here. In addition, you have a complex that is just starting to turn the corner in your agricultural community. You have a community that's finally coming together to really talk about food security and food policy. That is super important to have that. And to now put this extra layer of items that are not compatible with what you're starting to finally receive the benefit of. You've done all of this planning in those agricultural rural communities to protect and preserve, and unfortunately, we now have this desire to put these data centers somewhere, and said we stuck it in this place. Well, that place is just finally taking the benefit of all of what you've done for the years. I mean, this is decades of people's lives that have been put into this agricultural and rural landscape. As a result, we do not want to put the data centers in that environment without understanding the full parameters. I don't know what a brownfield means based on this bill, and I'm concerned that you're going to take agriculturally productive properties out of production because of this bill, because I don't have a good understanding of what that brownfield parameter is. The final issue is the county council had an action where they put a moratorium on. One of the provisions of that moratorium is either 2 years or they adopt a comprehensive package addressing location, design, and placement of these data centers. So we essentially have a bill here that is a targeted approach. It is not a comprehensive piece of legislation. It is counterintuitive to the resolution that was passed 2 weeks ago. And next slide. As a result of that, the department recommends the planning board adopt the findings of the staff report and oppose LDR 1552026. And I'm available for whatever questions that you have.
Real quick, if I may, just to kind of add into what Ms. Urwilla just said, from the planning department standpoint, this is truly a professional recommendation to the planning board. That's where we are right now. These are professional planning expertise recommendations to the board. Now we're providing this information to you all to make an informed recommendation back, just like what Ms. Gomez was saying earlier, back to the county council. So now we're handing this to you all with all the professional expertise that we have, with all that information, and this is strictly just from a professional planning expertise standpoint. From a technical standpoint, we're giving this to you all at this point, and we're giving so you all can make a recommendation back to the county council for them to make a decision and for consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hedda. And, that was quite an extensive presentation. And any questions from the planning board?
Mr. Chair, what's the time frame on this?
What's the time frame?
What do you mean, what is the time frame? Can you clarify that question, please?
What are you asking the commissioners to do, time frame wise, with this?
So we are asking for a recommendation to oppose this particular piece of legislation, and that will be transmitted to the county council after this meeting in accordance with what's required under the zoning ordinance. We're required to transmit a recommendation, whatever the recommendation of the board is, to the county council for this to move forward for their action.
Any other question?
None.
All right, seeing no other question, we will now take testimonies from those who have signed up. The nature of this item, we'll please have you limit your comments to 2 minutes, and we'll plead you not to use up the entire 2 minutes. You can make your comment in 1 minute if you can, and please try not to repeat what the last speaker already said, but for the sake of time, I'd like to thank you in advance for not using only 2 minutes and not going above 2 minutes. All right. I'm going to call the first speaker.
Vice Chair, I mentioned one other thing that I noticed in the speakers list. We have a number of people who signed up to speak, and they are affiliated with community associations, which is perfectly fine, of course. Just ask that when testimony is provided, the speaker indicates whether it's their personal testimony or they're speaking on behalf of the association, just so we know the difference. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, David, for the clarification. So I'm going to call the first speaker, James Jones. James Jones in the house? Online? So James? All right, we'll move on to Amy McCordy. Amy, please step up to the podium.
Good morning. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Amy McCurdy. My husband and I are the co-managers of P.A. Bowen Farmstead in Aquasco, Maryland. It's a small regenerative dairy farm. By the way, I forgot to mention, I'm also here on behalf of JABACA, which is the Greater Baden and Aquasco Citizens Association, of which I am vice president. This is personal and business and affiliation. My husband and I moved here in 2014 to manage the small regenerative dairy farm in Aquasco. Maryland used to have hundreds, if not thousands, of dairies. When we moved here in 2014, there were still about 600 dairies, and now there's about 52. We are one of the few, if one of the only, dairy farms in Prince George's County. We oppose LDR 155 because we are, in fact, trying to preserve our rural heritage. We're trying to preserve our agricultural way of life. Did you know that we have wineries in our area? We have farms with stores and tours. We have open spaces and trails. Like the young lady that spoke before me was saying, it's growing. In fact, we see our area as an opportunity for agritourism. We see our area not as an industrial dumping site, but a place where people from other parts of the county can come and visit farms and have fresh, healthy food and visit wineries and have open, fresh air and spaces. We've had a lot of industrial dumped in our area. We've had gravel mining, we've had power plants, but we are now growing as an agritourism destination.
Ms. Amy, can you begin to help?
One more thing I want to say is at-large council member Walla Blagay just recently passed 2 bills in support of agritourism in our area, and we'd like to continue in that direction. Thank you.
Next, we have Brett Mallory.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good morning, Ms. Brett. Can I please, before you start, may I please get your indulgence to please try as much as possible not to applaud after Ms. Brett or any other speaker. We can keep that to the last. Thank you. Ms. Brett.
Yes, my name is Beth Landry, and I'm representing CCAN Action Fund. That's Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. And we robustly support the recommendations of the Planning Board staff, as well as the prescription and intent of the County Council to bring forward and enact comprehensive legislation addressing placement, construction, and operations of qualified data centers in Prince George's County. The rapid and unchecked build-out of data centers is creating serious risks of harm in our region, and in Prince George's County specifically, demanding huge amounts of electricity, pushing utilities towards new gas plants, diesel generators, pipelines, and other polluting infrastructure. These costs should not be passed on to families and small businesses through higher monthly bills, while some of the world's wealthiest corporations receive tax breaks and other special treatment. We stand behind the local community and the injuries they have and would further experience throughout the county, and especially in and near rural, agricultural, and residential base zones if data centers are located in the area and without community safeguards. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Brett. Next, we have Beverly John.
Good morning. My name is Beverly John. I'm a resident of Council District 5, and I'm a community advocate, greatly concerned about the recent proposed data center development in the county. And as your staff member just said, we just recently had a moratorium that was passed, and it appears as though this particular legislation is not going to be consistent with what we as a community need. You've been hearing some testimony about the environmental, the health, and the financial impacts of data centers today, but I have another point to share, which is, and why I strongly oppose the hyperscale data centers. Across the country, automatic license plate readers are being used to track and monitor and surveil us as citizens, impacting our Fourth Amendment rights. It's a violation of our privacy to have these types of technologies in place. The technology, guess what, relies on hyperscale data centers, which is why I strongly oppose the data centers for this particular purpose. The lack of transparency in the installation of the data centers and the fast tracking of this cannot be allowed. And again, I oppose strongly LDR 155 to 2026 for these reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. We have Gabriela Johnston.
She's online, sir.
Online, Gabriela Johnson, can you go ahead?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, thank you so much. Capacity. I oppose LDR 155. I don't have to tell you all the dangers and the climate risks and the environmental crisis and energy crisis, financial crisis that these hyperscale and regular AI data centers have caused to communities across the country. These centers bring with them an expanding power lines that have been encroaching on people's residential homes. In some places, people have experienced where power companies have exhibited eminent domain to put these power lines in their homes and taking people's homes as well. I also don't have to tell you that the federal government protections from communities are gone, so that leaves that to the states and local protections, and this is where we stand. Here in PG, the community has been against these data centers since last year, before the rest of the country sounded the alarm, and the new rezoning plan usurps the will of the community against these data centers. Thank you.
Thank you. For the records, can you confirm your name, please, the last speaker?
Johnston.
Oh, is that Gabrielle?
Gabrielle Johnson, yes. Gabrielle Johnson.
We had Abigail Anisha. Thank you very much, Ms. Gabrielle Johnson. Next, we'll hear from Gloriana McClure. Gloriana McClure. Going one, going two, it's my clock, going three, and we hear from Greg Smith.
Good morning, planning board members, planning staff, members of the audience. I want to thank the planning staff for their excellent report. It's thorough, it's detailed, it's on point. I don't need to elaborate there, and I urge you to adopt their recommendation to oppose.
He's a regular. Doesn't help his cape.
Can you please mute yourself if you're online? Thank you. Go ahead.
We're the planning board. This is the planning department. This bill is not planning. This planning is a response to demands by industries that include the wealthiest corporations in the state, in the country, and on the planet, demanding to have access to our resources that impose incredible burdens on our communities, on our low-income families through higher electricity rates. The only data center, large data center that's been approved in Prince George's County is the Bright Seed Tech Park Data Center for Orlando. That data center alone would demand between 820 and 1,400 megawatts of power. That's more than all but one or two of the largest power plants that Prince George's County can generate on a good day. On a good day. So they're either going to take that energy offline for the rest of us, or they're going to build more capacity with all the ensuing damage. The greenhouse gas emissions from that one data center could be between 1.5 and 2.5 million tons per year. If we build these data centers and they are fueled with fossil fuels, they're powered with fossil fuels, we will close the door on our ability to meet our clean air goals and our ability to meet critical climate goals. And I hope and I assume that all of you are fully on board with how urgent the climate crisis is right now. Year after year, it's reported to us that the last 10 years were the hottest on record. That's the trend. It's not jiggling up and down. Year after year, that's the report. I just saw an article where European institutions estimate in this latest heat wave, 10,000 people were killed by the latest heat wave in Europe. That's what they're doing. We have a responsibility and an opportunity to do better. And I believe we can. We can pass the most protective, most thoughtful regulations and laws on the planet, in the country, and in the state. And we need to do that now. Going forward with this legislation, we say, let's open the door to the damage now and try to clean up the mess later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Henry, can you please try? I know it's hard, but please. Like going for graduation. Going for graduation and they say don't applause your key. But can we have Henry Gleason?
He's online.
He's online. Henry, is it frozen?
Hello, this is Henry Wixon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I had told the technical staff that I was audio by phone because I'm getting feedback, and so I would like to have my phone mic unmuted and use that rather than the computer mic.
We can hear you perfectly if you want to just keep going.
All right, it appears that I'm not going to get my audio mic, but I will go ahead then. This is Henry Wixon, commissioners, planning board staff. It's an honor to be here before you today. For the record, my name is Henry Wixon. I reside in Glendale, Maryland, and I appear before you today on behalf of the Glendale Citizens Association, which is a civic association serving residents of Greater Glendale and Prince George's County since 1949. The Glendale Citizens Association opposes LDR 155-2026 and urges the planning board to oppose it as well. In fact, in view of CR 66-2026, we are surprised and frankly disappointed that this bill, LDR 155-2026, has not been withdrawn by its sponsor, Councilmember Fisher, given that it is clearly not itself comprehensive legislation to address the placement, construction, and operation of data center uses, and given its unacceptable provision for by right use in the agricultural, residential, and residential estate zones. It would also allow qualified data centers on certain former landfills, mines, fill sites, or properties designated as brownfields if they have existing high voltage transmission infrastructure. This is unacceptable. Under this proposed bill, these data centers could be placed in rural and residential zones without special exception review, and projects larger than 200 acres, according to this bill, would be exempt from detailed site plan review. That should be unacceptable. As a result, the largest projects could receive less scrutiny than smaller projects. That should be unacceptable. While the required residential setback would increase, 500 feet is still not necessarily adequate and needs more consideration. The bill does not define brownfields, as the staffer has noted, and it's unclear which properties would qualify. Community benefits agreement would be required, but the bill doesn't define standards for community participation, required benefits, enforcement, or accountability. It doesn't address electricity demand, water use, wastewater noise, backup generators, air pollution, stormwater, environmental justice, or cumulative impacts. These are the type of things that need to be addressed in comprehensive legislation. This bill doesn't do it, and we urge you to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Do we have Harbert Jones? Harbert Jones? Harbert Jones going one. Harbert Jones going two. Harbert Jones. Can we have Imara Gorham?
All right. Good morning. My name is Mark Crooms. I'm a farmer in Croom, a resident of District 9 and a local organizer. I'm here with so many folks today to testify in strong opposition to this LDR. The proposal is one more in an ongoing string of attempts to carve out our rural and agricultural land, and to do so for industrial hyperscale data centers after our county residents have rallied to say, we don't want exactly what's been being offered here. The proposal before you is fundamentally flawed on its merits. We don't have to guess whether or not it's good planning. Your own merit-based staff submitted an official statement opposing the proposal. They explicitly noted that allowing data centers into our agricultural and residential-based zones directly contradicts our county master plan guidance and ignores the clear urgent warnings of our county's own data center task force. Further, as others have noted, this proposal strips away or dilutes detailed site plan reviews in exactly the places where it's most needed. As you know, District 9 has a long and painful history of being treated as an afterthought, a convenient dumping ground for any projects that are not approved elsewhere. And this is just the latest in that ongoing attempt to do the same. We currently have, as you know, a data center moratorium in place for a reason. The proposed change would bypass that moratorium through piecemeal zoning amendment and landscape plan carve-out, undermining already collapsing public trust and disrespecting the thousands of residents who have repeatedly organized to say that our homes and our health are not for sale. We have defeated these attempts before, and we stand united to defeat them again today. No one here is against growth or development. But growth has to serve the public good. Respect agricultural preservation and align with community consent. I urge y'all to stand with your own professional staff to honor the task force guidance and issue a resounding unfavorable recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. For the record, can you confirm your name again?
Amara Crooms with a C.
Right. Thank you. Crooms. Takia Johnson. Takia Johnson. Takia Johnson 1. Johnson 2. Johnson 3. Jerome Lewis.
It's all live, sir.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Good morning,
everyone. I'm Jerome Lewis. I'm a resident of Prince George's County for the past 11 years. On top of that, I'm also a technical project manager supporting state, federal, IT, AI projects across the country. And then in conjunction with that, I'm also a PhD student studying AI dependency and the impacts in capital. I'm not going to really reiterate a lot of the things that have already been said. The study has already been conducted. I just wanted to state that I really oppose LDR 1552026. Document isn't clear. We need to set up more comprehensive legislation to protect communities against the impacts of AI. So that is all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Joanne Flynn. sure you get it out. You just hold it. There you go.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joanne Flynn. I'm the president of the Greater Baden-Quasco Citizens Association. And
I'm sorry, I can hold the time on this. I just want to point out, an association gets one person to represent them, and you had your vice president speak already. So you're free to give your testimony, but it would be your personal testimony.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that I'm kind of aware of things because I'm a president, but these are my comments opposing LDR 155-2026. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition to this bill. For the last 30 plus years, my husband and I have been residents of the rural tier, which is now referred to as rural and ag areas of Prince George County. We live and work on a farm and have been involved with county planning in support of farming, saving farmers, conservation of open space and our natural resources, restoration of historic resources, advocates for county land preservation easements program, establishing a 501c3 land trust, numerous other related endeavors. We've also spent these years opposing detrimental development in our agricultural areas such as rubble dumps, fly ash dumps, too many power plants in our area, and too much unlimited residential development in the rural areas during the building boom area. We are happy that over the years we have won some battles. But now we have the threat of data centers in our agriculture and residential areas, which is totally incongruous and incompatible with our award-winning Maryland National Capital Park and Planning plans, our climate action plan, and the current moratorium, which are thought to foster greater transparency and citizen input. Presently, there seems to be a data center mania going on here in the county, the state, and then the country. 2 weeks ago, the county council did the right thing and voted for the 2-year moratorium on data centers. We are thankful for this. Now we have time to educate ourselves and others about data centers. I question the need for data centers. I think this should be addressed. We have been told that other than raising taxes, data centers are the only way to gain revenue to balance the budget. Data centers can impact our water supply, cause air and water and noise pollution, and increase energy costs, and create imbalances so great that no amount of revenue will restore a balance. I'm opposed to data centers for being approved in any part of Prince George's County. It is a health, safety, and welfare issue for all living things and will create an imbalance that is hard for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I support the testimonies of people that have gone before me and submitted. Thank you.
John Robinson. John Robinson. Robinson 1.
Hello?
Online.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay.
May you state your name, please?
Yes. My name is John Robinson. I live in Adelphi, Maryland. I'm testifying for myself. I support all of the comments in opposition made before, with the possible exception of of the statement that growth can go on in this county. I think we need to recognize that you can't have continuous growth in a finite space of anything real. And so when you put one thing in, you lose something else because the space available is finite. So I oppose this. I think you also need to look at the larger purposes that these data centers are proposed, that the supporters are pushing. So if you look at you should look at what people like Peter Thiel and the other advocates for AI are talking about, actually replacing carbon-based life with silicon-based intelligence. It's a threat to all of us, and I don't think we want to subsidize that by allowing them to build those facilities in our county. There's also the AI financial bubble that many people expect to pop. And the sooner it pops, the better we'll all be off. And this would be opposing LDR 155 would be a good step in popping the AI bubble. So, and I definitely support the planning staff's recommendation to oppose. They made excellent points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. We have Kathy Lomian.
Hi, good morning. Kathy Bartolomeo from Greenbelt. I oppose the data centers being placed on ag land. As you know, the data centers require great amounts of water, and our aquifers are being depleted. Those living on well waters are having to drill deeper to get water. Saltwater intrusion is happening on the farmlands in Dorchester. Maryland has been in a drought for over 2 years. Farmland converted to industrial use are rarely returned to production. In regions experiencing rapid development, the cumulative loss of prime farmland is a growing concern. Data centers use PFAS, linked to cancer, liver disease, kidney issues, high cholesterol, birth defects, and decreased immunity. PFAS sludge has been sprayed on farmlands. EPA has now abandoned risk assessments of PFAS contamination on food, farm, and water sources. EPA, keep in mind, only monitoring 9 heavy metals. Pat Elder, famous researcher on military use of PFAS, has studied the impact on the Potomac watershed, which is simultaneously dealing with severe toxic runoff. He reports that the NDA lacks transparency on reporting on PFAS sludge data. This sludge is imperiling our crops, water, livestock, families, and generations to come. It also impacts, data centers impacts our pollinators. Bees are impacted by the EMFs, causing lost bees and disorientation. They're experiencing loss of habitat, struggling with climate change. We're burning more fossil fuel for data centers and will experience more days of extreme heat. We passed the 1.5 degrees and headed for the 2.0 degrees, which is unlivable. We're going into a black hole, which consumes our resources and our environment beyond repair.
Thank you very much. Mercy Ajagemo. Mercy Ajagemo. Mercy 1. Mercy 2. Mercy 3. Do we have Noah Waters?
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Dr. Noah Waters. I'm born in Prince George's County, former mayor of the town of Eagle Harbor. I'm opposed to LDR, LDR 155-2026. I would ask you to adopt the designation. And everything I've listened to this morning, it seems to be antithetical to your mission. And I applaud Commissioner Waller-Brigade for her agritourism. I'm the guy who preaches about heritage tourism. I think many Prince Georgians don't know that all of Prince George's County is the only exclusive county designated a heritage area in the history of the state of Maryland. The southern portion is part of the Southern Maryland National Heritage Area. I tell people we're standing on a gold mine. Maryland has done research. For every dollar invested in heritage tourism brings 7 to the economy. This push for the data center to obfuscate the will of the people for data centers is driven by revenue, needs for revenue. I would suggest that we use what we're We had over 460 historic sites. We're standing on the money. Visitors bring over $860 million to Prince George's County per year. Accounts for about 10% of all jobs. We can easily double that by doing what your mission is to preserve historic sites and promote those historic sites. If we just advertise Prince George's County, we can solve this revenue problem. We have it here. I'm disappointed in the commissioner, who's the other county council member who proposed this legislation, who's a lame duck, not even in that person's district to do this. We need to stay on track, and we need to take advantage and preserve what we have throughout Prince George's. Thank you.
We have Scott Smith. Scott Smith. Scott Smith 1. Scott 2. Ma'am, are you Scott? No. All right, Scott gone. Stacy Hawkins. Stacy Hawkins. Stacy 1. Stacy 2. And Stacy gone. Stephanie Powell. Stacy Powell. Stephanie Powell.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Stacy Hawkins. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Stacy Hawkins.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. And I would like to go on record that I am opposing LDR 155-2026. I'm a lifelong resident of Prince George's County, our beautiful county here, and we talk a lot about the quality of life here in Prince George's County, and yet there's so many things that seem to go against trying to preserve the quality of life here in Prince George's County, and these data centers are one of them. I agree with all of the things that the people before me have said, and would just like to reiterate again that because of all of the resources involved with the water, electricity, and our environmental state as well, that a stronger study needs to take place for what these actual impacts of the data centers are. We have heard from other areas with data centers that the noise pollution and the environmental impact, as well as the financial resources on the surrounding communities, are quite an impact. And so I would again like to urge you all to oppose LDR 155-2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Do we have Stephanie Powell? Stephanie Powell, 1, 2, and 3. Tracy Duval.
Good afternoon, Planning Board members. My name is Tracy Duval. I'm a resident of Prince George's County. I'm a local urban farmer, beekeeper, a member of the Agricultural Resources Advisory Committee, and the Prince George's Soil Conservation District Board. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the expansion of data centers on agricultural land, specifically regarding LDR 155-2026. I fully endorse the position submitted by the members of the Agricultural Resources Advisory Committee. Preserving our agricultural land is not simply about maintaining open space. It is about safeguarding our food security, our economic resilience, and our community health. As an urban farmer, I see land as a finite and irreplaceable resource. Once we convert viable farmland to data center infrastructure, it is effectively removed from the production forever. I urge you to consider the direct threats these facilities pose to water security. Data centers require immense volumes of water for cooling. This strains the local water resources that our farms depend on for irrigation and creates concerns regarding aquifer health and potential contamination. I urge you to reject the encroachment allowed by this LDR and prioritize policies that protect the long-term viability of our agricultural soil and water. to land viability. High-value industrial use drives up land costs, creating barriers that make it increasingly difficult, if not impossible, for new beginning farmers to access the land they need to get started, to economic trade-offs. When we look at the industrial impact, we look at the trade-offs. We are trading long-term food security for local supply chain resilience, for industrial facilities that consume vast energy and offer relatively few permanent jobs per acre. The decisions made today will shape the future of our county for generations to come. I respectfully urge the council to protect our agricultural zoning, reject industrial encroachment on farmland, and prioritize policies that invest in our local food systems and source stewardship. Preserving agricultural land is not a limitation, it's a strategic choice that ensures a healthier, more secure, and sustainable future for Prince Georgians. In closing, thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Your friend, Juan?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, my name is. Okay. My name is Ifan Huang. Okay. My name is Ifan Huang. I'm speaking in opposition to this bill. I want to talk about, if we go back and remember October 25th of last year, that was the last community meeting related to the Qualified Data Center Task Force. 450 people came out, and they were overwhelmingly in favor of no data centers at all. They were not saying put them, in the southern part of the county or in rural areas. They were saying no data centers at all. This was in the appendix of the task force report. There are dozens of pages of commentary saying no data centers, yet the task force report does not provide a ban as an option. I believe that the only bill that should be passed is a ban on hyperscale data centers in our county. I also want to talk about in Loudoun County, and I know that some of the planning PG Planning went to Loudoun County to do a little investigation. There was a data center this past weekend that spewed diesel for 24 hours because the grid went down. It's the Vantage data center. You can look it up, and there's a study out there that says this one data center costs $50 to $90 million in healthcare costs per year, and 3 to 6 extra unnecessary deaths. And that's just one data center in Loudoun County. So we cannot use Loudoun County as an example of a good example of data centers. And lastly, I want to say there's a lot of talks about revenue, but last I looked, we are providing the Sphere $200 million in tax breaks and financing from the county for alleged future revenues. And so if we can give $200 million to the Sphere, I think that we can go without data centers and their alleged revenue. So thank you, and please say no.
Thank you. Do we have Yonette Thomas? Yonette Thomas? Is Yonette Thomas online? I see that. We have Ralph Nix.
Thank you to the commissioners for having this hearing. My name is Ralph Nix. I've been a resident of PG County for over 15 years. And I've spent a lot of time researching data centers across our nation. And I heard somebody speak of a dairy farm earlier. There's a cattle farmer out in the West who's having stillbirths. It has not had anything but stillbirths since a data center went operational. The noise that's put out, the water pollution, the environmental pollution, is something that we all need to take in consideration. And in addition to that, there's some communities, unfortunately, in our nation, unlike this committee, that's been doing things in back rooms and hurting their constituents. and are suffering a great deal of pain. And I'm glad that this committee is here for us to oppose LDR 155. And we need to continue to oppose LDR 155 because us as a community needs to take care of one another. And the young lady that made the opening statements, I thank her. And I thank the board, and this needs to be in our past and not in our future. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Ralph. So due to the nature of this item, planning board is going to try to make sure that we give everybody equal share. So we're going to go back to Herbert Jones. We understand Herbert Jones is back online.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I apologize for my talking. I was in another meeting, so my apologies to the planning board. My name is Herbert Jones. I'm representing the South County Environmental Justice Coalition. We represent over 2,000 residential homeowners in South County. We are adamantly opposed to LDR 155-2026 for the following reasons and have outlined these concerns. Those concerns are data centers will be placed in residential neighborhoods without special exception review. We're concerned about the oversight of the project, larger than 200 acres, since they would be exempt from detailed site plans. The South County Environmental Justice Coalition is concerned that regional parks are more protected than homes with residential setbacks being only 500 feet from data centers and the setback for regional parks being 4,000 feet. Current research shows that data center setback, at least in our opinion, South County Environmental Justice Coalition, needs to be at least 1.5 to 2 miles. Clarification is needed on the county's definition of brownfields, which could identify what properties could qualify. Also trying to look at what would be the standard participation with respect to the community benefits agreement, if any. We think there needs to be a combined look at medical innovative districts along with what former mayor talked about, heritage trails as a way to generate revenue. We concur with the planning department's staff's finding, and our last recommendation would be there needs to be considered an omnibus bill. Right now, the city council is having different bills out there. There needs to be one bill that incorporates all the concerns, especially the impact to ratepayers. I think as technology goes forward, we may be able to look at a smaller scale, smaller footprint. Again, the South County Environmental Justice Coalition does not support in opposition of LD 155-2026, and that is my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Again, due to the nature of this item, in the spirit of fairness, we'll make sure that we've given the public enough time and opportunity to add their views on this item. Is there anybody in the audience who, for whatever reason, wasn't able to sign up? But yes, please. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Tom Clark. I'm representing the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 26. Our headquarters is right here in the county. I am in support of LDR 155. We do not want, we don't want to be like Northern Virginia. What I'm asking for is limited responsible growth for data centers in the county. Back in the early 1800s, officials like you and great activists like the people behind me were having the same argument about the railroad. In the late 50s, 1960s, we had the same argument about the American highway system. The infrastructure of the 20th and 21st century, you can see the result here with the metro being built. Data centers and these phones are the infrastructure of the 21st century. So I'm not speaking for the billionaires, I'm speaking for the middle-class workers of the county, and we would like reasonable growth for this. So I'd ask you to think about responsible limited growth, support responsible limited growth, support the working men and women of Prince George's County, and support LDR 155. Thank you.
Sir, can I have you please return to the mic so you can give us your credentials? And
it's Tom Clark, C-L-A-R-K. And I'm with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 26, located in Lanham, Maryland.
all right,
Thank you.
thank you. You want to approach?
Sure. Thanks. That's better. Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Robin Lewis. I am a 30-year resident of Prince George's County, and I work for Interfaith Power and Light, D.C., Maryland, and Northern Virginia. We work with over 800 congregations in the area, and as some of you may have heard, there has been anonymous texts sent out comparing us, Prince George's County, to Loudoun County. I was blessed to be featured in a religious news services article in which I talked about the fact that the faith community, which I work with every day, is concerned, and most of them are residents in the area, and they feel the same way as the residents before that have spoken before. We focus on climate change, on environmental justice, and on other issues, including climate equity, green jobs, and other things like that. So we are supportive of the community. We believe that the community's voices need to be heard and listened to. We are very concerned about the environment. We know of all of the things that have been brought up. I'm not going to go over the environmental impacts, which you've all heard, but Prince George's County, as compared, and I do a lot of environmental justice studies, and I also work with a lot of people on this issue, Prince George's County is one of the areas that has what we call sacrifice zones, areas in which there's a lot of pollutants put in our communities, and a lot of it has been overlooked and has not been cleaned up. So we do not need another hyperscale data center or any consideration of a hyperscale data center in our community. And as someone mentioned, a comprehensive look, and this is not a comprehensive look, so I oppose LDR 155. I'm just like the planning committee and others have brought forth to you that evidence. I don't want to go into it, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Your address, can you please return this?
Robin Lewis. I live in Bowie, Maryland. Interfaith Power and Light. I work for.
And just to clarify, you were speaking we. Are you speaking for yourself, or are you speaking authorized for some organization?
I am speaking for myself and for the authorization, because I am the Director of Climate Equity at Interfaith Power and Light.
Thank you.
All right. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Porter. I live in Prince George's County for the last 15 years on Maywood Lane. Speaking in reference to the construction, I think it was Article 151 or something like that, 4300 block of Sylvia Road. Okay, it's a project to be built there.
Sir, so that's a different item. We on the data center item. You want to?
So right now?
We are not on that item right now. We're on another item.
I believe that's Metro Grove.
ADR 155-2026. That's what we're discussing now.
Okay, what the residents of Maywood Lane.
Yeah, we'll come to that item.
Okay, we oppose the reshaping.
We're not on that item yet. We'll get to that, and then we can come up.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Janet Gingold. I'm a resident of Prince George's County since 1980, and I live in Upper Marlboro. I want to just register my own opposition to LD 155-2026 on the basis that we really need to not build more things that use more energy and make more greenhouse gas emissions. This is a moral issue that requires long-term planning by the planning board and lots of very smart people to figure out how best to have economic growth without poisoning our planet. It's a big job. I'm counting on you guys. Thank you. Oppose it.
Thank you. Any other person from the public? This will be, anybody online?
Vice Chair, there is a person online that has their hand up. Tony, just says Tony D. If you can have individuals give their full name and their full address, it just keeps the record safe.
Okay. Ma'am, full name and full address, please.
Hello, my name is Michelle Washington. I live in Landover, Maryland. And I would like to say I
full
oppose
address.
355 Hillside Terrace, Huntsville, Mill, 75. I am in opposition of all data centers, and I am extremely concerned about the health risks that data centers will bring to Prince George's County, in particular in Landover. I have already endured the metro being built, which drove out the rabbits. And then I was also assaulted with the FedEx Field Stadium being built right in my backyard. Now they are proposing the data centers. I am in opposition of 155-2026 for the purposes of environmental assault on Prince George's County residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, online?
Hello, my name is Tony Diallo. I'm a resident of Suitland, Maryland in PG County. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I also want to... Hello?
Can you give us your full address, please?
Yes, sir. It is 2223 Gaylord Drive, Suitland, Maryland.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And yes, and okay. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a resident, but more importantly, I feel like as a youth resident, I think it is very important that we're sending the right message to the youth, and having this data center is further aligning with the fact that we need to connect less with nature, and I don't think that's the case. We need to further push that for the youth and show them the right way. More importantly, I want to emphasize the words and research from Tracy Duvall. She emphasized it greatly about the importance of preservation and pushing for the importance and awareness of farmers and the work that they do, and furthering that education. Right now, where youth is touching less grass, touching less soil, and it speaks volumes to the amount of people who are here today speaking passionately about opposing this action. So I'm just coming on as someone of the youth who finds it important for the preservation, but more importantly, the education in the future, and just want to highly suggest opposing this legislation. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tony. Are you going to be the last speaker on this? Say yes.
I would love to consider myself a closer, but I don't know if I can stand up to that pressure. So my name is Mark Bolden. I'm a resident at 11608 Middleham Drive up in Marlboro, Maryland. And I just want to paint a picture for you. I want you to consider last weekend.
See why you're the closer.
You see. Okay, yeah. So, depending on my time. But I want you to imagine last weekend with plus 100-degree temperatures and forward think another pandemic when we're all forced back inside. And then the pull on the grid that shuts down energy in the house so that you have no air conditioning. And you can't go outside because the air from the wildfires is choking the air. And so if we can't go outside and we can't stay inside, we are really saying that we're going to sacrifice our surroundings outside and inside for the purpose of the data centers that are going to drown out our energy grid. But I'm still going to be required to pay that bill. And so while I'm paying for a bill for energy that is not actually running through my house, and I can't go outside because the pandemic has said we're forced back indoors, that's just the summer version of it. Fast forward to winter, and imagine another snowcrete in which your heat isn't working, and if you go outside, you're going to be slipping and stuck in some areas in this county that can't move. The data centers aren't going to do the physical construction of bringing the snowcrete out of the area. And then in this last 30 seconds, I just want to point out that the folks in the union who were talking about railroads didn't say what kind of air pollution the railroads actually track around, didn't talk about the coal that then poisons the air as well. And when they talked about the highways, they didn't say where those highways are going through. Predominantly black communities, at the expense of black communities and the expense of agricultural communities, we're asking billionaires who now live in Argentina, represent the Che Guevara and not Messi, we're asking these folks to be in support of people who don't even live here. So as a resident, I oppose this bill, I support the Planning Commission, and I welcome you all to join us outside where you can breathe the air for the future of our children and the future of the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I see no other hands. I see no other person from the public. Again, the planning board just want to make sure that the public is given the opportunity to add their views on this very important item. Make sure that everybody's heard, everybody at equal time, equal opportunity. As mentioned by staff, Gomez and Awila, whatever decision is taken today is going back to the county council. Can we bring that slide back to the very first slide? I just want us to make sure that we see the timeline and the bill timing. So, do we have any questions from the planning board? All right, I see none. May I call for the, again, I just want to mention that we've had a lot from the public, and I personally I've heard and listened to everybody, all the speakers, and the speakers that are opposing, the speakers that are for the data center. I don't know that personally that I have enough information to make a decision on this, or even ask questions, guys, because of the lack of factual information. So on that, I'm going to ask, do we have any motion?
Mr. Vice Chair, you might have like a quick 5-minute recess for the call.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Jenkins asked for 5 minutes break, and we're still on item number 11, LDR-155-2026. We have heard from all the speakers, and we're giving time for the public to add their views, and we're looking for a motion.
After consideration and hearing the staff report and the testimony, which I very much appreciated, and really want to thank everyone for coming out today and doing so. I move that we adopt the findings of the staff, but we take no position on LDR 155-026, and then we move forward with the planning board's recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and a second by Commissioner Matthews. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Mala?
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The ayes have it. And like we mentioned earlier, this idea will now move to the county council in accordance with the program as aligned. Correct?
That's right.
All right, next item on the agenda is item number 5, detailed site plan DET-2024-017 Metro Grove. We'll now hear from staff who will present this item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I am Long San with the Urban Design section. Item number 5 is detailed site plan DET-2024-017 for Metro Grove. This detailed site plan is for development of 250 multifamily residential dwelling units in 3 buildings with associated infrastructure and amenities. The development consists of 2 phases. Phase 1 will include 2 buildings with 200 units, and Phase 2 will consist of 1 building with 50 dwelling units. The applicant has also requested alternative compliance from the requirements of Section 4.6 of the 2018 Prince George County Landscape Manual, buffering development from streets, as well as a reduction in minimum off-street parking requirements. The applicant has requested that the planning board not apply certain setback and height limitations in the neighborhood compatibility standard because the Maryland Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, HEAA, preempts them with respect to this project. The HEAA intends to remove barriers to constructing affordable housing development near transit. Therefore, it prevents local jurisdictions from applying regulations like height, setback, bulk, parking, loading, and similar requirements that would act as a de facto denial of the affordable housing development. As analyzed in page 30 to 34 of staff report, staff agree that the neighborhood compatibility requirements for height and setback cannot apply to all 3 buildings proposed within this detailed site plan, as doing so would act as a de facto denial under the HEAA. As a matter of housekeeping, staff received 4 applicant exhibits prior to Tuesday noon deadline. Applicant Exhibit 1 outlines the revised conditions proposed by the applicant. Staff are in agreement with most of the revisions, except the request to delete Condition 1K. The remaining revisions are minor and for clarification purposes. Applicant Exhibit 2 is applicant's PowerPoint presentation. Applicant Exhibit 3 is a proposed decorative masonry wall with fence as part of the alternative compliance proposal. The Exhibit 3 was referred to in the revised Condition 2A. Staff would like to point out that Exhibit 3 includes 3 pages illustrating the proposed design of the decorative wall and the fence structure. The design on page 1 and 2 are inconsistent with the design on page 3. And page 3 represents the correct design, which staff also confirmed with applicant. Applicant Exhibit 4 is a statement of justification with supporting letters to request deletion of condition 1K. Staff's analysis of this request will be discussed later in this presentation. Staff also received opponent exhibits 1 to 8 from citizens who live adjacent to the subject site. Opponent Exhibit 9 from Suitland Civic Association requests to defer action on the application, and also support Exhibit 1 from Coalition for Smarter Growth. The opponent exhibit expressed concerns on the safety and traffic congestion on Maywood Lane, given its narrowness, traffic safety at the intersection of Silver Hill Road and Maywood Lane, inconsistency with adopted policies and Suitland's redevelopment vision, as well as needing greater consideration of the community input. The letter from Suitland Civic Association asked the board to defer the action until all community concerns have been evaluated and mitigated to better serve the public interest. Next slide, please. The site outlined in red is located in Planning Area 76A and Council District 7. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in the southwest quadrant of the intersection of Silver Hill Road and Suitland Parkway. Next slide, please. The subject property is within the residential multifamily 48 zone. The subject site is bounded to the north by the public right-of-way of Silver Hill Road, to the east by the public right-of-way of Suitland Parkway, and commercial and residential uses in the residential multifamily 20 and the legacy mixed-use town center zones beyond. To the west, by the residential dwelling units in the RMF 48 zone, and to the south by the residential dwellings in residential multifamily 12 zone. Next slide, please. The subject property outlined in purple has moderate to steep slopes. The site is currently improved with 2 single-family detached dwelling units, which will be raised for the new development. The rest of the site is mostly wooded. Next slide, please. This map shows the adjacent master plan right-of-way. The site outlined in blue is bounded to the north by Silver Hill Road, which is an arterial road highlighted in red. To the east, by the Suitland Parkway, which is a freeway under the jurisdiction of the National Park Service, highlighted in yellow. Next slide, please. The subject property outlined in red is bounded to the north and east by public right-of-way, to the west by single-family, two-family, and multi-family dwellings, to the south by single-family residential dwellings. The site also has frontage along West Summer Road to the south, which is a 16-foot wide public right-of-way providing driveway access from Suitland Parkway to the adjacent single-family dwellings. Next slide, please. The proposed site plan consists of development of 250 multifamily dwelling units in 3 buildings with associated infrastructure and amenities. The proposed development will be accessed via a single vehicular access point from a 35-foot wide stub extension of the Maywood Lane, which connects to the Silver Hill Road. This one proposed vehicular access from Maywood Lane is consistent with the prior approved preliminary plan of subdivision for the site. An internal driveway within the site will extend from Maywood Lane and provide access to the proposed multifamily buildings and parking lot. The provision of crosswalks and continuous sidewalks in front and around each building form the pedestrian circulation for the site. The Phase 1 development will include Building 1 and 2 and associated parking lot. Phase 2 development will include Building 3 with parking. Staff note that transportation adequacy was reviewed at the time of preliminary plan of subdivision, PPS 2024-031, via Certificate of Adequacy ADQ 2024-063, both of which were approved earlier this year. The ADQ found that adequate transportation facility will exist to serve the proposed subdivision based on conditions of approval. As discussed in the staff report, page 11, the proposed development complies with applicable conditions of the preliminary plan of subdivision and certificate of adequacy. Sheet 17 to 18 of the detailed site plan includes photometric plans and proposed exterior lighting. As discussed in staff report, page 10 and 25, the lighting design demonstrates conformance to applicable standards in the zoning ordinance. No lighting spills over to adjacent residential properties. As discussed in staff report, page 47, although sector plan conformance is not required with the detailed site plan, the site design and architecture are consistent with the recommendations of the sector plan. Next slide, please. The landscape plan demonstrates conformance with the 2018 Prince George County Landscape Manual made with most of the applicable sections. Landscape plan findings are made on page 44 of the staff report. The required plantings and schedules are shown on sheets 1 to 2 of the landscape plan, which demonstrate conformance with the requirements. Schedule 4.7-1 on sheet 1 shows required landscape buffer is provided for buffering incompatible uses between the proposed multifamily buildings and existing single-family detached and two-family buildings along the western and southern sides of the property. The applicant requests alternative compliance from section 4.6, buffering development from streets for the property perimeters fronting Silver Hill Road. The alternative proposal includes landscaping with a 3-foot tall decorative masonry wall due to a sidewalk encroachment within the buffer yard across the WSSC easement, which is needed to provide ADA access to the right-of-way. Staff recommend that the height of this decorative masonry wall be increased from 3 feet to 6 feet. Once the 6-foot wall is provided, the requirement for plant materials and buffer width will be reduced by 50%. The proposed trees and buffer width will be exceeding the requirement. With the recommended revisions that find the alternative proposal will be equally effective in fulfilling the intent and purpose of section 4.6 and recommend approval of the request. The landscape plan sheet 3 also shows the tree canopy coverage requirement will be met through on-site woodland preservation. Next slide, please. This slide shows type 2 tree conservation plan. Woodland conservation findings are made on page 46 of the staff report. Based on the proposed woodland clearing, the woodland conservation requirement is proposed to be met by on-site preservation, on-site afforestation, and off-site woodland conservation credits. Regarding regulated environmental features, as indicated in staff report page 12, staff find that the regulated features have been preserved and restored to the maximum extent possible. Next slide, please. This slide shows the required open space set-aside exhibit. The required 1.44 acres is met through natural features, active recreational areas, and squares. The required 0.22 acres of active recreational area is met through outdoor playground, cornhole court, and indoor recreational facilities. Next slide, please. This slide shows the architecture elevation for building 1. Next slide, please. This slide shows the architecture renderings for building 1. Next slide, please. Applicant submitted Exhibit 4, the statement of justification to request deletion of condition 1K. This condition requires the building 1 facade facing single-family detached dwellings to be revised to meet the minimum facade transparency percentage in the neighborhood compatibility standards. This slide shows elevation 2 and 5 of building 1 are subject to the facade transparency requirement. The current proposed facade transparency percentage on elevation 2 and 5 do not meet the minimum transparency requirement. Facades of building 3 are also subject to this requirement, which will be reviewed in a subsequent site plan amendment for conformance. In Exhibit 4, the applicant argues that the Maryland Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, HEAA, prohibits applying these transparency requirements to the project. More specifically, the HEAA prohibits any local jurisdiction from imposing any regulations like height, setback, bulk, parking, loading, or similar requirements that would act as an unreasonable limitation or requirement for a qualified project. A requirement is deemed an unreasonable requirement or limitation if it would operate as a de facto denial due to having a substantial adverse impact on 3 criteria. 1, the viability of affordable housing development in a qualified project. 2, the degree of affordability of affordable dwelling units in a qualified project. 3, the allowable density or numbers of units of the qualified projects. The subject project is a qualified project under HEAA, as discussed in staff report page 31 and 32. The applicant's justification states that the transparency requirement amounts to a de facto denial by having a substantial adverse impact on 2 areas. 1 is the viability of affordable housing development in a qualified project. 2, the degree of affordability of affordable dwelling units in a qualified project. The justification provides structural, mechanical, functional, and financial impacts associated with meeting transparency standards. The applicant has provided evidence that compliance with transparency standards would result in additional construction costs, structural modifications, HVAC updates, and operational impact to Building 1. The applicant's financial argument relies heavily on the assertion that the project is already $2.5 million over budget and cannot absorb an additional $178,000 expenses associated with HVAC updates. Staff cannot find that transparency requirement would result in a de facto denial of the project based on the evidence submitted. First, the justification does not provide sufficient measurable evidence that providing additional transparency would have a substantial adverse impact on the viability of an affordable housing development such that it would be a de facto denial. Second, staff cannot agree that the transparency requirement would have adverse impact on the degree of affordability of affordable housing. As noted in the submitted justification, unlike market rate development, the rents are set by the AMI limits and cannot be increased to recover the added construction cost. Regarding utility cost, the record does not show that utility bills are tied to a renter's income like the rental rates. However, the applicant also has not provided sufficient evidence that the requirement transparency would raise utility bills such that it would be a de facto denial of the project because of the substantial adverse impact on the degree of affordability of the proposed dwelling units. Third point, it is not clear that transparency requirement is within the category of the regulations of these HEAA regulates. As noted, the HEAA preempts height, setback, bulk, parking, loading, or similar requirements if found to be unreasonable requirements or limitations. Transparency is primarily a design standard and is not similar to height, setback, bulk, parking, or load requirements. Specifically, unlike these requirements, it does not place a spatial limitation on a development. Fourth, staff also note that the applicant acknowledges some facades could potentially achieve compliance with additional glazing, suggesting that the issue is not impossibility, but rather cost and design preferences. Therefore, staff do not find the justification submitted sufficient to waive the zoning ordinance requirement. Staff recommend keeping the condition 1K. Next slide, please. This slide shows the architectural elevations for building 2. Next slide, please. This slide shows architectural renderings for building 2. Next slide, please. This slide shows architectural renderings for building 3 for illustration purpose only. The elevation of building 3 will be reviewed in a subsequent site plan amendment as required in recommended condition 5. Next slide, please. The subject site plan includes 2 signs, one gateway sign and one building mounted sign on building 1, which meet the location, number, and area requirements of permanent real estate identification sign of the zoning ordinance. The building mounted signage needs to be revised to comply with the requirement of the signage in neighborhood compatibility standards, which is included with the recommended conditions. Details of the signage are discussed in the staff report, page 10. Next slide, please. To conclude, based on the evaluation and analysis, urban design staff recommend that the planning board adopt the findings of this report and approve detailed site plan DET 2024-017, alternative compliance ACL 2026-0004, and type 2 tree conservation plan TCP 2-2026-0038, subject to the recommended conditions of approval within the staff report as modified by the applicants as bid 1, but keep the condition 1K regarding the facade transparency requirement. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Song, for that detailed presentation. Do we have any questions for staff in the planning board?
No.
I see none and heard none. Next we'll hear from the applicant's attorney, Peter Goldsmith.
Mr. Vice Chair, if we could have everyone who is seeking to speak on this matter, please stand, raise your right hand so you can be sworn in. Everybody online, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Couldn't quite hear that. All right, thank you.
I'm not sure that he stood up. Sir, are you going to speak on this item? Yeah, but he did stand up when he was swearing.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Planning Board. My name is Peter Goldsmith with the law firm Lurch, Early & Brewer, with offices in Bowie. I'm here on behalf of the applicants who are the owners of the properties that currently have the addresses of 4315 and 4319 Silver Hill Road. They are entities affiliated with Green Street Housing, TM Associates, and the Housing Initiative Partnership. Before we get into the business before the board, I want to acknowledge what I believe is Commissioner Lawa's first planning board meeting and first development applications. Just congratulations on your appointment. I think the commissioner is very lucky to have you with all your past government experience. And this is, I think, my first time appearing before Commissioner Jenkins and Matthews, although I believe I appeared before you at the joint public hearing. So I just want to let you all know that the commission has played a very important role in my own life. Grew up here at Commission Park, spent most of my childhood there, and one of my first summer jobs was at a Commission recreational facility, and then much later in life I served in the General Counsel's office and got to work with some of your predecessors and a lot of the staff members in this room. So I know that being a planning commissioner is very complex. You get to try to absorb all this complicated material that's before you, but the commission's mission is very important to me, so if I can do anything to help you advance the commission's mission, please do not hesitate to reach out and ask me. But returning to the application before you, I have several members of our team. I'm going to ask them to wave as I
introduce them with Green Street Housing. I have with me Joe Buckley, their Senior Development Manager, with the Housing Initiative Partnership Stephanie Postel, their Executive Director with TM Associates, Tom Nuzio, their Vice President of Development with ATCS, Luke Matanen, and Pierre Tosi, our engineers. And then with us virtually is Maribel Donahue with Grove Slate, who's our transportation consultant. I want to thank Dr. Sun for her work on this very, very complex project and for communicating with us throughout the lengthy review period. Although developing a multifamily building near a metro station on property zoned high-density residential should be pretty simple, this application is actually very technical and detailed, and we appreciate her attention to detail. And we are, as she mentioned, mostly in agreement with staff, except for the transparency requirements, which I will address. But your staff has spent many, many hours on calls with us to make sure that we've reached this point. I'm going to ask Mr. Flanagan, he's already, I think he's got it queued up, to pull up our PowerPoint presentation. The reason we put this presentation together is, well, one, Metro Grove, I believe, is an extremely special project, and that this application is coming before this planning board at the very end of the process that has been going on for 3 years. The planning board has already approved one application, and this is the final step. And I will discuss the process that began even before we filed this application. I have reviewed the few letters that have been submitted by the community members, and we have, throughout this process, communicated with all of them, and continue to do so. This presentation is going to discuss how we have addressed the community concerns and how some of the issues raised are outside of the scope of the development, and how some of the proposed alternatives are probably not appropriate for property zoned high-density residential multifamily within walking distance of a metro station. But I intend to demonstrate that we have had the community in mind throughout this process and even before we even started meeting with them. We do have a letter in support from the Coalition for Smarter Growth on page 89 of 298 of your backup, and there's no need to pull this up. There is a letter in support from Jake Day, the Maryland Secretary of Housing and Community Development, that was also in the record for our preliminary plan of subdivision application. Also here with us is Maryland State Housing Ombudsman Stephen Palmer. I believe he's here to offer testimony in support and represent the Maryland Housing Department and Community Development. And I want to make it very clear that I do not take community engagement lightly, nor do I take claims that certain issues have not been addressed lightly. This team has spent an enormous amount of time working or engaging with the community and speaking with leaders in the community and in the government, and I'm going to make sure to review those efforts in this presentation as well. And although I'm going to review some of the history here for the benefit of the recently appointed commissioners, all that is before the board right now is the detailed site plan. And what we're talking about really is just the site layout itself, which includes things like the placement of sidewalks, parking areas, recreational facilities, lighting, the location of buildings and architecture, things like the single site access to Maywood Lane and the adequacy of public facilities like roads, traffic, schools, emergency response. That has already been evaluated and approved when the preliminary plan of subdivision came before the board. Also, I know that Dr. Moss, who represents the Board of Education, has signed up. And I know he's got concerns for what this does to the school system. Recently, the school facilities charge was just increased to $12,680 per unit for properties inside the Beltway. And this is going to amount to well over 7 figures of fees that's going to go into the school system because of this project. I and our entire team have very much enjoyed getting to know the leaders in the community. The owners have offered to meet with each of the individuals who have signed up and who have submitted written testimony. We've done it for several times, not just because of this, they signed up for this hearing. And we wanted to make sure that we understood all of their concerns. You know, sometimes it's not possible to give everyone what they want, and certainly property owners have the right to develop their property and invest in their properties. But the owners made it very clear to me early on that they wanted to make sure that everyone was at least heard. And anyone who wanted to speak with us, we met with them, and our political leaders also asked us to meet with certain community leaders, and we did that as well. But you know, as your legal counsel will rightly advise you that zoning in Maryland is not a plebiscite, meaning that a decision can't be based on a vote of community members, and a decision on a detailed site plan is based on whether a project meets all the numerous legal standards in the zoning ordinance. And there is, as you can see, the size of the record here, there's more than substantial evidence in the record set forth in the hundreds and hundreds of pages of justification statements and plans, along with a technical staff report that demonstrate that this project meets those standards. Next slide, please. One more slide. Thank you, Mr. Klinger. When I do a quick overview of the applicants, these are 3 affordable housing providers based in Maryland. Green Street Housing is an affordable housing developer located in Salisbury, Maryland, and primarily focuses on affordable housing in Maryland. TM Associates is a full-service developer and property management company based in Rockville, Maryland. They've got development all over Northeast, Midwest, and Florida. The Housing Initiative Partnership is a nonprofit affordable housing developer and counseling agency based right here in Prince George's County that has been serving the county for 35 years. These groups are owners of the property and will be long-term operators of the building. So I want to say, in other words, that they are not selling development, and they are very much invested in the Suitland community. The proposal is for 250 multifamily dwelling units, and again, that's 250 homes on property zoned for high-density residential. The property is 7.21 acres with RMF 48 zoning, so the maximum density would be, if we were to max out the site, all things being equal, it would be around 346 dwelling units. And then, given the Maryland Housing Expansion and Affordability Act that Dr. Sun mentioned, this project would actually be given a 30% density bonus, which could amount to around 449 units based on a rough calculation. So here we're planning density with 250 units. It's about 200 fewer units than what could be developed on the site. But the owners, of course, thought that would be inappropriate for the property. But multifamily dwellings are certainly appropriate given the property's transit-oriented location. And the owners purchased this property because it is within 1/4 of a mile of the Suitland Metro Station, provides their residents with access to Suitland Parkway and the Metro. It aligns with zoning, aligns with master plans. There's already existing infrastructure there. It doesn't create sprawl, and it aligns with state and county financing programs. Next slide, please. I have been speaking with the community members. I found that there is a misconception about what affordable housing actually is. In the Suitland Civic Association's letter, it asked the board to consider whether this proposal advances a balanced housing strategy. And while a housing strategy is not within the board's authority, and all that before the board right now is the site layout and the architecture, I still want to address that comment. Metro Grove does advance the goal of serving a range of housing. It's not concentrated affordable housing for any particular income group. This is going to be a mixed income community that serves a spectrum of income levels. There's actually 63% of the homes in phase 1 within the first 200 units are going to serve households that earn $75,000 to $105,000. And so we are talking about teachers, social workers, nurses, firefighters. This is workforce housing. And I know, again, Dr. Moss, who represents the Board of Education, has signed up. I'm not sure if he's online, but think you would be excited to hear that this is providing housing opportunities for teachers. There are also programs there's going to be 5 units for people who were formerly homeless, and 4 units for youths aging out of foster care. So it's an opportunity to integrate those folks in this community and help elevate those people as well. I think it's going to be a great place for people who are commuting to work. We went and met with folks at last year's National Night Out in Suitland and ended up speaking with some of the police officers. Some of the police officers actually spoke to us and said that they were interested in the community because they can't afford housing, but they would likely qualify for the programs here. And so these people are going to have an opportunity to live in very beautiful buildings at a prominent location in Suitland that is certainly going to continue to be redeveloped. The Suitland Civic Association also mentions the recently created Suitland Development Authority, which has been designed to coordinate neighborhood revitalization and not isolated development decisions. But this is not an isolated development decision. It is captured in the master plan and as an opportunity for multifamily housing. The Suitland Civic Association also mentions they want to see neighborhood serving retail, quality restaurants, grocery options, commercial investment, expanded home ownership opportunities, public gathering spaces, mixed-use development that strengthen the economy. And we recognize that this is change in the community, and we recognize the civic associations and really everyone's desire for diverse development in the area. But retailers and other commercial developers need to see that there are consumers there before they invest in the community. And due to the site's constraints, which I'll discuss, this site was really never meant for retail. It was meant for multifamily housing. But having new housing here, I think, will certainly make a case for new retail and new commercial development in Suitland. Next slide, please. We'll talk about resident services. The Housing Initiative Partnership, which has been, again, in Prince George's County for 35 years, will provide resident services. They're going to organize community events, financial education seminars, after-school programs, health screenings, and once again, they are the applicants are owners, and they are not selling this property, so they will remain to manage the building and will continue to be invested in this neighborhood. Next slide, please. I want to cover all of our community meetings up to this point. These are major community meetings. Per code, we're required only 2 community meetings, and we could have actually consolidated them, but we wanted to make sure that we engaged with the community as much as possible, and so we held two meetings. In addition to those meetings, our team, again, set up a community table at Windsor Crossing Community at National Night Out, met with the community and police officers last year, met with the leaders of the Suitland Action Team. We invited County Council Chair Oriata to meet us at the site and walk the neighborhood, and we wanted to make sure that we understood her concerns, the community's current concerns, and make sure that we shared our ideas with her and try to explain and discuss some of the constraints of the site. And she was very gracious enough to meet us on a hot day and give us an hour of her time to do that. She asked us to meet with the Suitland Civic Association, which we did, and we met with them at the Suitland Road Church of Christ in the basement, and we had what I thought was an extremely productive meeting. Delegate Tolles requested a meeting with us, and so we drove out to Annapolis on a very rainy day during session to brief the delegate. And because time had passed since February's planning board meeting, we held one more community meeting, voluntary community meeting in May, right before this application was submitted, and that was the last time that anybody would have an opportunity to talk to us and possibly contribute to this project, so we wanted to do that before the application was accepted. We have also contacted For that meeting, we reached out to everyone who had come to our meetings, reached out to Dr. Patrick, Dr. Moss, Ms. Carter, Ms. Pringle, everybody who had submitted testimony, invited them to the meeting. We also invited the Planning Department's Suitland Cultural Arts Implementation Strategy team to present and give information about their projects. We thought that was very successful. But going forward, we're going to continue to meet with the community, and the owners are very, very much committed to continuing our community engagement. Next slide, please. The owners are, again, very committed to making this development look nice. Architecture by Design is a woman-founded and owned small architecture firm based in Maryland that has served as the architecture firm for Metro Grove. And as you can see in this rendering and the renderings that Dr. Sun provided, this is the high-quality design that Prince George's County deserves. And Ms. Biller, who's here today, I think has been a very valued partner of this project. Next slide. Now, one of the concerns that were raised in the written testimony was concerns about pedestrian safety. We certainly cannot fix everything in this area as it is still transforming, but as part of the certification for adequacy, which was already approved as part of the subdivision process, the owners will be required to install improvements around the community to enhance safe pedestrian access and multimodal transportation. They're going to add a bus shelter on the corner of Maywood and Suitland Parkway also, so people don't have to wait in the rain for a bus. And I think this is going to make it a little safer for people to get around, get to the metro station and get around the neighborhood. But as new investment in Suitland continues, the roads and pedestrian network will also continue to improve. Next slide. The Planning Department's Suitland Cultural Arts Implementation Strategy is currently underway, and our property is just outside the boundary of the strategy area, but it is only across the street, only across Silver Hill Road, and it will be visible from the strategy area. So we have been communicating with Planning Director Hunt and your community planning team to see how we can participate in the implementation strategy. When they came and presented at one of our community meetings, they really did a fabulous job, and I think the community was extremely interested in all the projects that they're doing around the area. Next slide, please. As an applicant, when we appear before the planning board, the board is seeing the end of the process that has taken many years. And in this case, I've been working on this since 2023. As you can see, the design on the left, the original design of the project would have placed one building much closer to the existing residences and would have been 6 feet tall, but after serious consideration, we scrapped the idea and moved all the buildings as far away from the residence as we possibly could, because we felt that was a more appropriate location. Next slide. Much of the written testimony talks about the single access onto Maywood Lane. The Suitland Civic Association's letter asked the board to defer action on the detailed site plan until the board can fully evaluate whether the proposal is consistent with the county's adopted planning policies, infrastructure capacity, and the long-term redevelopment vision for Suitland. But the board did that during the subdivision review. That's when it evaluates conformance with the master plan and evaluates whether infrastructure is adequate to serve the new subdivision. And the master plan and general plan are very, very clear that high-density residential development is appropriate for the site because of its location to Suitland Metro Station. Now, the single access onto Maywood was already evaluated and approved during the subdivision phase, but even before we filed any application or even met with the planning department, we went out there and looked at this. And we thought that the most appropriate location for access to the site was to the east. to the east on Summer Road, which is the access road that runs parallel to Suitland Parkway. Now, that is controlled by the National Park Service, so it's owned by the federal government. And we spent almost a year trying to get a decision from the National Park Service to see if they would allow us to have an access on that road instead of having traffic go through Maywood Lane. We even reached out to Congressman Ivey, who was gracious enough to write a letter to the National Park Service to make sure that they seriously consider that access, but ultimately it was denied. The State Highway Administration denied access to the north because the access would have been too close to the ramp and too close to Maywood Lane. So ultimately, the only access that was available was onto Maywood Lane. And our attempts to obtain another access was shared with the community at multiple community meetings. Next slide. I know the board's been here a long time. I'm trying to move as fast as I can. We're just trying to build a record. We know we've got testimony, opposition testimony. Another concern was, and what we've heard raised is that the intersection at Maywood and Silver Hill, shown right there and zoomed in, was unsafe. And Ms. Carter made that very, very clear to us. And as you can see, there are a number of movements that happen at that intersection. Cars are coming off the Suitland Parkway, moving east and west on Silver Hill. Cars are coming out of that Smithsonian facility across the street. And then, most importantly, people are making illegal U-turns to turn around there. And we've heard that people try to leave Maywood Lane to try to make a left, and sometimes that causes 10-minute backups coming out. A 10-minute backup for the residents along Maywood to try to get out of their own community. So we were facing three options. One, we could just do nothing. Two, we could limit the movement out of the neighborhood with just a right turn by putting a sign there. Or we could close that median off, and this would have to be in coordination with the State Highway Administration because they control Silver Hill Road. Next slide, please. As you can see, there's Ms. Carter in her testimony, in her written testimony, rightly complained about people making illegal U-turns there. She submitted photos into the record of a U-turn sign being damaged and all of her attempts to get the sign replaced. She is a very strong advocate for her community, and I've really enjoyed, she may not believe me, but I've really enjoyed my conversations with her. And we really do appreciate what she does for the community here. But if we did nothing here, then all these movements would still occur, and the illegal U-turns would still occur. Next slide. So one option that was presented to us was we could just put a sign out of Maywood Lane and just say no right turns are allowed. We didn't think that would solve anything. I think that people would ignore the sign. Next slide. And what SHA prefers is to actually close the median. And so that would make the illegal U-turns and all of those movements impossible. And so that's what ownership thought was clearly the right and safest issue. And so that is what is going to be, that is what we've decided to do, and SHA has agreed to it. Next slide. We also heard general complaints that there's a lot of speeding on Silver Hill Road. I've stood out there and walked along that, it's the Commissioner nodding, I've stood out there and walked along that road, and I've seen it myself. As you saw in the email, Ms. Carter submitted it, and in conversations with me, she's tried to get SHA to actually install a traffic light at Maywood and Silver Hill Road, but SHA, it's my understanding that they determined that there's not enough traffic volume to warrant a traffic light at Maywood. So one solution that we are exploring is a connection between Maywood Lane and Terrace Drive to try to advocate for that connection and for a traffic light at the intersection, because right now where that square is, that's not connected. Those neighborhoods don't connect. But this is a major, major wish. We are about 90% sure that this is not possible, and it's a very complex problem, and I think it's well beyond the scope of the detailed site plan approval. This would require, in order to make this connection, this would require coordination with 4 to 6 property owners. We'd have to, it would affect their property frontage. We'd have to coordinate with the county, coordinate with State Highway. We don't know where the funding would come from for something like this. It's also would be a major engineering feat, because if you're standing there looking at it, the ground is offset by several feet. But it could be a solution, and we're willing to coordinate with the community to the best that we can to try to see if this is possible. Ms. Carter, in her written testimony, submitted photos of a snowstorm that occurred earlier this year, and she showed all the backup and how it was impossible for emergency vehicles to get down there because it took days for Maywood Lane to get plowed. And that certainly wasn't, that happened. Maywood wasn't the only place where that happened. But with that punch through, that possibly could alleviate that problem, although Ms. Carter doesn't like this idea. But I think even if it doesn't happen, having our community there would give the county much greater incentive to pay attention to Maywood Lane. That's going to be 250 additional homes there that would need to be plowed. Next slide, please. We've heard concerns that they're worried about, that the neighbors along Maywood are worried about construction traffic for this project coming down Maywood Lane, because they do park on both sides of the road. And so we have heard that. We are going to go back to the National Park Service, even though they denied us permanent access there. We're talking to them, see if we can get a temporary access to run our construction traffic down Summer Road. Next slide. We've heard that folks park on Maywood and then walk to the Suitland Metro Station, and that they were concerned that there was going to be parking overflow from our development onto Maywood Lane. So what we are planning to do is actually, this project is going to be built in 2 phases, and so what we're actually going to do is include some of phase 2 parking in phase 1 to make sure that there is adequate parking there and make sure that people aren't going to be parking on their property. Or parking along Maywood Lane. Next slide. Heard concerns about the environment, and there were some accusations in the written testimony that their environmental concerns weren't addressed at all. That is not accurate. The project has gone through an extensive environmental review by the Environmental Planning Section and other agencies. The buildings are going to have energy efficient building materials. There's no gas for this property. It's only going to be electric. Solar panels are going to be on the roof. We must have an approved stormwater management plan approved by the Department of Permitting, Inspections, and Enforcement. Our plan includes 19 micro bioretention facilities dispersed throughout the site to concentrate and keep stormwater on the property. There's going to be landscape buffering around the site to prevent the shed of noise and light. There was a comment in the record that we weren't concerned about light pollution. That, of course, is not true. There's also there's a lighting plan. Condition 1E actually points out that some of the street lights that are being proposed are too tall, and so it requires us to make sure that the street lights are an appropriate height so that it's not glowing in people's homes. We are preserving the most environmentally sensitive area on the property, which we place in a conservation easement. And then building dense housing near the metro station is an environmental consideration in itself. It utilizes existing infrastructure. It encourages the use of the subway and not cars. And this is why this area around the metro is zoned to allow high density housing. And so this is an intentional environmental decision. Next slide. Promise, we're almost there. We also heard concerns about security measures. Ms. Pringle, who offered written testimony here, expressed some concern about security in the area in the prior hearing. there's going to be extensive measures in place. We're going to have a site-tight 6-foot fence around the property. There's going to be cameras that are installed in accordance with the county's camera laws. There's going to be controlled access to the site. There's going to be criminal and credit background checks. There's going to be lighting in the parking lot and around buildings. There's going to be a full-time property management on staff. And we're going to continue working with the neighborhood and police on a safety plan. At National Night Out, one of the police officers actually said to me that he preferred having only a single access into this property, and he thought that the single access would actually make this safer. Next slide. Okay, this is the last slide, but I want to address the 2 conditions. The conditions are on page 2 of the additional backup. The first condition is condition 2A. I agree with Dr. Sun that the condition 2A, that the first 2 pages of our Exhibit 3 is inconsistent, and we want to make sure that I want to add a couple words to condition 2A. This is we just want to make sure that we're just going to say where it says in conformance with applicant's Exhibit 3, I want to add that in conformance with page 3 of applicant's Exhibit 3. Because that, sorry to throw you a curveball, Mr. Warner.
That's fine.
Just want to be accurate. Yes. The condition reads, increase the height of the 3-foot decorative masonry wall to a minimum of 6 feet and revise the materials to be a combination of decorative masonry wall and pillars with ornamental fence in conformance with, and then I want to add page 3 of applicant's Exhibit 3. That shows the brick wall, the horizontal brick wall on the bottom.
So what you're scratching is the Exhibit 3.
We just want to, page 3 of Exhibit 3 is really what we want to be in conformance with, not the first 2 pages.
Staff disappointment.
Okay.
Yeah.
We talked about this before. And the next condition is condition 1K, the transparency requirement. I think it would be helpful, Mr. Flanagan, if you don't mind pulling up page 32 of 89. I'm just going to address this briefly. This is the additional backup, so it'll follow our presentation here. That's page 3. The page 32. If you don't mind scrolling up just a little bit, show the key right there. Perfect. The key shows this is an image of Building 1, and Building 1 is the northernmost building. Where it says 5 to the left. That short end is actually the closest part of the project to the neighborhood along Maywood. The transparency requirements in section 27-61203D requires 35% transparency on the first floor and 20% transparency on the upper floor. So what that means is you have to have 35% windows on the first floor and 20% windows. And so as shown, this is on this facade, it's 28% on the first floor. And above the first floors are 20%. So above the first floor, we're in compliance. Below the first floor, we're still below the window threshold for the transparency requirement. But note the playground there, and note that there are first floor units on this building. If you don't mind scrolling to the next page, Mr. Flanagan. This is the side of the building closest to the neighborhood on Maywood. This currently has 13% transparency on the first floor and 9% on floors 2 and 4 and 10% on the fifth floor. Now the blank wall is a stairwell and it's in that location because of the fire code, and it's made of concrete masonry units, so concrete blocks. And the building is wood framed, and this concrete stairwell is acting as bracing for the building. If you don't mind scrolling to the next page, you can see these calculations here. We're not in compliance. If you don't mind scrolling to the next page. Now we are attempting here, if we did try to attempt to comply with transparency, we would have to put windows in that concrete stairwell. You don't mind scrolling to the next page. You can see that these windows will also conflict with the community room, with mechanical rooms, and then again with the concrete stairwell, which we believe is going to compromise the integrity of the building. We'll have to change some of the wood framing to steel, and as discussed in some of the letters from the architect and the mechanical engineer, adding additional windows would require changing some of the wood again to steel and having to upgrade the HVAC system. This would force the owner to spend an additional ballpark figure of $178,000, which is an estimate by the general contractor that's in the record. As explained by the chief executive of Green Street Housing, adding this additional cost would jeopardize the viability of the project. It's already over budget. And practically speaking, we're talking about adding a massive amount of windows to ground floor units, which would affect residents' privacy and their security. And again, there's a playground out front of this building. There's foot traffic out in front of the building. It doesn't make a lot of practical sense to me from an architectural standpoint. It doesn't make sense because it makes sense to put have windows on prominent facades like the front and the rear that is facing Silver Hill Road and not on the side of the building. And I still strongly believe that there is a legal mechanism in place for the board to find that the transparency requirements don't apply. And that is, again, the Maryland Housing Expansion and Affordability Act. The HEAA, as Dr. Sun explained, applies to any local regulation that imposes an unreasonable limitation or requirement on a qualified project, and this is a qualified project. And an unreasonable limitation or requirement includes any limitation or requirement that amounts to a de facto denial of having a substantial adverse impact on the viability of an affordable housing development in a qualified project, or the degree of affordability of affordable dwelling units in a qualified project. And we're talking about the impacts on height, setback, bulk parking, bulk regulations, loading dimensional standards, or similar requirements. And transportation, in my opinion, or transparency requirements are similar to bulk requirements because they do affect the shape and character of a building. And I believe that the statement of justification and letters clearly support the finding that it would add a substantial cost to the project that's already over budget and would place the viability of the project in serious jeopardy. So we are mostly in line with staff's recommendations. We appreciate all the effort in reviewing this extremely complex project. We do meet all the legal requirements, and we request approval of the detailed site plan, the modification that I mentioned to condition 2A, deletion of 1K, and then also along with the approval of alternative compliance and the tree conservation, the type 2 tree conservation plan. So I look forward to appearing again before this new planning board. Thank you very much for listening to this very lengthy presentation. Really appreciate your attention to this. We are here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was quite lengthy. But I do appreciate you guys agreeing to the revisions of stuff, and they captured everything.
Staff agreed on the revision to the language 2A to add that to the sheet page 3 of the exhibit 3, but staff do not agree on deletion of the condition 1K, which is regarding transparency requirement.
Great. Yes. Question.
Okay, no, you want to go. We can.
Well, I want to ask one. I have many questions, but one question on behalf of our former colleague, Gerardo. I'm sure you already know where it is.
There is one dog-way station.
Yes.
Actually, pets aren't going to be allowed in this development for insurance reasons as a part of their affordable housing project. But companion animals will be. So I knew I was going to get this question, so I advised us, hey, let's make sure we have a waste station here. So there will be one, but there's sites can't accommodate a dog park.
Okay. Well, Gerardo, if you're listening, we got you.
I'll text him and let him know that we put it in here.
All right.
I want to go back to the traffic concerns.
Yes.
Because when I was reading through this, I wasn't aware that, because I see where you can come in on Maywood, but we have a very long. I can see where they can come in on Maywood, and then what's the other one? The
Terrace Drive.
Terrace Drive, but then
Yes.
I didn't see that block there. So, given that this is going to be an increased population in the area, you're saying at that point they could consider a stoplight on Maywood and Silver Hill. But right now, it's not done.
We still don't. They still won't put it there.
Even with the, okay.
And this is, this was already approved and evaluated during the preliminary plan of subdivision.
Yeah, and so,
But I did.
yeah.
I did bring it up. I brought up a lot of things. Yes, I did.
Yeah, I get it. And then I think the other concern that I have too, just like this is around traffic, it's with cars, and you mentioned that there are several, there's a lot of folks that park in that neighborhood and then walk to the metro.
People who don't live there.
People who don't live there, and so are we, and I'm thinking about the safety of the residents that live there, can we anticipate, or is there going to be measures in place to keep those same individuals, or if not more, from parking in that parking lot of the complex?
Yeah, so there's going to be controlled access.
Controlled access, okay, great. Okay, now wait, I have another question. Oh, sorry, you can go ahead. I can pass it.
I want to ask about the income range, the
Yes.
63%.
Yes.
That's the one for the school teachers and policemen and all of that. I know that's a great need for that. So is that a state, federal, what is that, 63%?
This is
Who is that?
area median income for the area. This is the, this is all part of the tax, in order to get tax credits. I mean, this is not part of the detailed site plan approval, but this is part of the tax
Is
credit
this a
program.
HUD property? What is it?
No, this is in coordination with Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development and Prince George's Department of Housing and Community Development.
So the 63% would be 75,000 upward, is that right?
Yeah, again, I have a chart in front of me. I mean, this is not finalized, but I have a chart in front of me. But yes, we've got 60% AMI is 74,760 to 103,650.
Does it?
I have a quick question.
Right.
In reference to the pedestrian bicycles, have you made connection with that? Because I know we want to be healthier and have those communities as well.
Sure, there's going to be sidewalk installation inside our community, and I showed all the crosswalks that are going to be installed that was already approved. It's a little, we're required to put shared road signs on or markings on Silver Hill Road. As a cyclist myself, I don't think I would cycle right now on Silver Hill Road, but I think as the area gets developed, I think that infrastructure will hopefully get there. And there's going to be a lot of bike parking on our property, internal bike parking. I hope one day that it'll get there, and I think it will as redevelopment continues to happen. So.
Okay.
Okay, the other question that I had was, I think it was building 1, the one where you had the stairwell that you were discussing.
Yes.
Is there another stairwell in that building?
On the other side of the building.
Okay, and does that stairwell also have limited windows? Or that
Yes, but it's not subject to transparency requirements because it's facing Suitland Parkway.
Okay.
Any question?
No.
All right. My last question is, if you get approved We have had issues where we don't see shovel on the ground. When do you anticipate that we'll see shovel on the ground?
I would love to have it as quickly as possible.
But what?
It all depends on permitting.
March is our target.
Our target's March.
March of 2027? Because if you leave March, it could be March of 2027.
No, we're going to do what we can.
Right. All right, we'll now take the testimonies from those who have signed up to speak on this item. Joe Barkley.
I'll stand up here. He's with us.
Okay.
Just everybody who's in favor is with us. Except
so
Mr. Palmer is, I think, going to has testimony himself.
So we just.
Except Mr. Palmer, though, I think he does want to speak.
Okay, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you very much. I know it's been a long day. I'll only speak for an hour or two. Good morning. Excuse me. Good afternoon. We have good evening yet. My name is Stephen Palmer. I have the pleasure of serving as State Housing Ombudsman at the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. I'm here on behalf of Secretary Jake Day, Governor Wes Moore, and all the residents of the state of Maryland in support of the Metro Grove Affordable Housing Residential Development. Metro Grove is an awardee of DHCD's competitive 9% low-income housing tax credits, as well as $2.5 million in rental housing financing program funding. As I'm sure you know, the state is facing a critical housing crisis. An estimated 1 in 3 Maryland households spend over 30% of their monthly income on housing costs. The housing crisis is in many ways even more stark here in Prince George's County. According to the State Housing Needs Assessment completed in 2025, over 52% of Prince George's County renters are cost burdened. More housing supply is needed across the cost spectrum, as demonstrated by Maryland DHCD's 2030 Housing Production Targets Report, which set a target of 15,600 units of housing produced in Prince George's by 2030. This project and its 250 units of affordable housing are critical to meeting this goal. I'm also here to affirm and support the Department of Planning's conclusion that the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024, or the HEAA, preempts certain height and setback requirements from applying to this project. I won't harp on it too long, as the planning folks and the development folks spoke well as to what the HEA is. I'll very briefly touch on it. It was signed into law in April 2024 to provide additional flexibilities to housing projects to help solve our state's severe housing shortage. The law was designed with 3 principles in mind: to address the housing supply and affordability crisis, first, in a manner that is sensitive to local zoning; second, that incentivizes affordability; and third, that targets housing construction where it's most needed. The use of the HEAA, in this case, exemplifies these principles. The state and the development team worked collaboratively with the county planning department to allow for much needed affordable housing in close proximity to transit. It is really all 3 of those principles working perfectly as we hoped it would when the bill was initially introduced. Like was discussed, the HEAA creates 3 categories of qualified projects: nonprofit projects, projects on a formerly government-owned campus, and projects near rail stations. And it grants to those qualified projects various statutory benefits. Those include increasing the project allowable density, not being used in this case, and a limit on unreasonable limitations or requirements that would amount to a de facto denial of the project by having substantial adverse impact on the viability of the project's affordable housing development, the degree of affordability of the project of the units, or the allowable number of units. In waiving the height and setback requirements here, the planning department has appropriately applied HEAA. Metro Grove meets all the requirements as a qualified project near a rail station, new construction, within 3/4 of a mile of a rail station, and it contains well above the required 15% minute affordable units. And given the status, the planning department correctly concluded that Metro Grove is entitled to the HEAA's statutory benefits, and in waiving the setback and height requirements as unreasonable limitations under HEAA, saves the project, frankly, from losing a huge amount of its density if it could even remain viable. That was precisely the hope of the HGA when it was initially drafted and passed, and I'm glad to see it being used to preserve this much-needed affordable housing. So the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development commends the Planning Department in Prince George's. I want to say thank you to Director Hunt, to Sherry, and the entire team over at the Planning Department for working collaboratively with the state on this project, not only in financing the development, but in the planning and entitlement process as well. The county's partnership in this project will go a long way towards addressing the housing affordability crisis that Marylanders face today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for him? No. None. Do we have delegate tools here? Hearing tools? Here. Okay. And delegate, you're not online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. Can you hear me? I hear some feedback. Okay. I am, again, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Commissioner Gloria Gary Lawler, Ms. Matthews, and Ms. Jenkins. Thank you so much for having me. I am Delegate Karen Tolles, who represents the community, and I am also a former council member for District 7, where I decided on projects like this as a district council member. And I was there for 8 years. So I've spent nearly 15 years as an elected official fighting for the viability of the student community. And I would tell you, this is one of the most egregious and disrespectful projects presented to the community I've ever seen. The applicants are trying to basically put a square peg in a round hole. The community strongly opposes this project, and they have contacted me nearly 2 years ago about this and asked me to meet with the individuals, which I was able to do only this year in Annapolis. And I did address my concerns, and they have not changed. The applicant indicated a qualified project. This project is basically, as I indicated, egregious. Is using a policy of Center for Good to build walkable and safe communities, but it is not doing that. Instead, applicants on a sliver of land and decided to pay a great deal of money to houses so they could take advantage of building around the metro station. But it's against the spirit of walking communities. I want to add, I appreciate Secretary Stetty's letter. I have indicated to the agency 2 to 3 years ago that I did not want any funds to be used for this project. And so I have not met with the Secretary since then. I am the elected official for this area, not the Secretary. So to make that clear, that I'm the one that the community holds accountable, so much so, I recently, during campaign, I was asked about this project from the community who was directly impacted. When we met, we indicated, tax credit. At that time, I was told Commissioner Lawler's point. The income for Maryland is, the median income is about $103,000. So the individual would need to make $61,000, and that's only 60%. And it's also fixed in with lower income individuals, lower than that 60% threshold as well. So somebody can make $40,000, and it could be considered lower income, so they can live there. The Park Service is asking because it's too close to the Parkway. I have been out in the community. It is not a safe location. Instead, it encroaches on the ingress and egress of an existing community. Therefore, it impacts the safety, health, and welfare of existing residents, which gives you the ability to deny this project. And I can assure you, applicants, that the teachers, nursing, and firefighters want to have affordable home ownership, not affordable renting. So, and also the police officers are not going to live there as well. Again, folks want affordable home ownership, and I've been teachers about this on several occasions. And I will say this in closing, the site as it is right now, without this egregious building plural, will preserve the trees and the shade that currently exists. It is not just about energy efficient, it's about the reduction of the shade that will happen as the project moves forward. It's about the increased surface parking, which is in minority communities, increases the heat, the higher temperatures. Minority communities, because of surface parking, has the ability to ultimately have higher temperatures, which is why you see the heat index a lot higher in these areas. The traffic on Silver Hill Road is already harmful. It interrupts, that traffic pattern that's already backed up. And I will say this in closing, I think it took some work. I'm willing to work with the applicant. I cannot take policy at the state level that is meant to build walking communities and just any and everywhere. The county has already invested $90 million in home ownership in that community, and we've invested in senior housing, which is really important, not lower income housing that will cause more traffic in that existing community. We have to respect the existing in that community. With that, again, this impacts the safety and welfare of the community in this area. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak for you, for your assistance with getting today. It is an honor to represent the people of District 25. So again, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Do we have Felton Moss? Felton Moss?
I think he said he had an emergency, Mr. Vice Chair.
Hope all is well. Tawanda Carter? Tawanda Carter?
Can you hear?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Carter.
Yes, thank you so much. And good afternoon, Vice Chair, and to the Commission of the Prince George's County Planning Board. This is Ms. Tawanda Carter. I'm a lifelong resident of Maywood Lane in Suitland, Maryland for over 30 years. And to be truthful, I'm really touched right now by Delegate Toll's presentation. We have worked together for many, many years, as she stated, when she was the county counsel over our District 7. And I have been, she has followed many of the concerns that we have as constituents with the residential parking that she helped us to get on Maywood Lane with the traffic and the fact that we did try to get a light there. This goes back decades ago to the 1990s. So to the Delegate Tolls, thank you so much for hearing us and our concerns. And to this board concerning this project, I am totally in strong opposition of this development, which we have stated from the very beginning, especially when they wanted to use our residential area, which is Maywood Lane. We are a 1950s suburban location, and our houses and our street is not conducive to this type of project. The potential of 250 new housing units could create about 1,000 residents. That could create about an increase in traffic of 20 to 30%, straining our already resourced roads, and that could be hundreds of cars that are entering and exiting out our streets. Again, our concern is the fact that we have experienced motor accidents as residents. We have seen children hit at the bus stop on Silver Hill Road because of the speeding motorists. That's other things that we had concerned about, which will further jeopardize safety. As far as the human impact of our neighborhood, by us having our older homes, we do have a serene environment, especially me, because these buildings are going to be directly behind my house. These 4-story structures are actually going to disrupt our peaceful views that I now have. I'm 40 years within the government trying to retire. I have a project on hold myself. I want to build me an outdoor patio and an outdoor porch space. Right now, I'll be overlooking the woods and the trees and listening to the birds. I don't want to hear the sound of construction, noise pollution, heavy machinery, dust, emissions, and other things that's going to exacerbate our environment. And we heard a lot of testimony about the environment earlier with the other projects and the data centers. And with the 100-degree temperatures, we do need our trees. They do give us shade. We don't have the newer homes that have the energy efficiency that has been spoken of earlier. And we have residents on the street that are veterans. We have people with disability and other health incidents that this would just further exacerbate. We're concerned about safety for increased foot traffic. This is already a high crime area in Suitland. We have had drug activity on Maywood Lane. We have had shootings and murders on Maywood Lane. As a matter of fact, there was a shooting and someone lost their life exactly next door to me at a outdoor event that some people had that were renters that did not value the way of life of the Suitland neighbors of Maywood Lane. And in my closing, the Metro Grove housing development presents unacceptable risk across multiple fronts. Severe traffic congestion that endangers our roads and residents, heightened crime, potential from increased density and transit activity, profound environmental degradation through habitat loss and noncompliance with the state tree protection laws, and widespread disturbances to our established way of life, including noise pollution and rising energy costs from the removal of our vital tree that covers us. These impacts would fundamentally undermine the safety, the health, and tranquility of our Maywood Lane community, eroding decades of sustainable urban living. And we will also ask that sincerely that you all deny this request for this development. It's a beautiful project. It's just not conducive to where we live at in our neighborhood. And I thank you all for the opportunity to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Carter. And thank you to everybody who has spoken. Are there any questions for the speakers?
Vice Chair, there was one person named Cheryl Court who's not on the applicant's team. Is she here? She also signed up to speak.
Yes. I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Ms. Court.
Thank you, Chair. Should I go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. My name is Cheryl Court, and I'm with a nonprofit called Coalition for Smarter Growth. We advocate for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Washington, D.C. region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We also work closely with Rise Prince George's, a group of county residents and allies advocating for policies and practices that build shared sustainable prosperity in Prince George's County by creating safe, walkable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities. On behalf of the Coalition for Smarter Growth, we wish to express our strong support for this project and this detailed site plan. We urge the Planning Board to fulfill County Executive's Brave Boys promise to streamline zoning approval process for key projects like this affordable transit-oriented development. This worthy project would provide 250 affordable apartment homes in a site that's only a quarter-mile walk from the Suitland Metro Station. This is a great place to build new homes for people who can save money by relying on riding transit and the major bus lines along Silver Hill Road. The sector plan identifies this this property as a major transit-oriented development opportunity site at the Suitland Metro Station. Our friend from the state, Stephen Palmer, has recited some of the reasons why it's important to offer these new housing opportunities so close to transit because of the housing challenges that our county and state face. So I would just acknowledge those as this is something we need to help Prince George's families be able to have more opportunities to live in quality homes that they can afford and have access to major transit resources like Suitland Metro Station and the Silver Hill Road bus corridor, which is one of the biggest ridership corridors in the county. We think that this is a great opportunity to also even offer families opportunities to cross the street and go to the public library that's right across Silver Hill Road. We appreciate the bus shelter that would be installed as a part of this project, and we appreciate that there will be improved walk access to Suitland Parkway, across Suitland Parkway ramps to the metro station. We certainly are eager to work more with State Highway Administration to improve the walk along Silver Hill Road, but that's sort of beyond this project. But certainly this is an important part of building the case for why the State Highway Administration should pay more attention to the quality of the pedestrian environment along Silver Hill Road. I wanted to just note that I won't go into the intersection design, but basically we think this is a benefit to Marylanders, to Prince George's families, and to the community to have a diversity of housing choices so close to the metro station. This helps to generate more activity, walking activity, and more demand for local businesses adjacent to this residential neighborhood. So with that, I'll conclude and say we hope that the board will be supporting this very helpful project to meet the needs for more Prince George's families to be able to find quality homes that they can afford in such an accessible location. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, so do we have any questions any questions from the planning board? No speakers?
Mr. Chair, I move continuance until. Is he going to?
Yeah, we're going to give Tony time for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be really brief. Metro Grove is infill development in a community that was constructed before the metro existed and before this became a transit-oriented area. The property is zoned for high-density residential. The master plan and general plan recommend high-density development for this property, and people have the right to develop their property in conformance with the law. As demonstrated by the extensive record and our testimony today, we meet all requirements for approval of a detailed site plan, and we respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant, Tony?
I do have one question for you, maybe two. I just want to clarify a couple things, or just maybe one thing here. On the presentation that you provided us, you have a few groups that are identified in the special multifamily unit reserve. One being youth aging out of foster care, and then the second one being at-risk individuals, and I was just hoping you could clarify what the at-risk individuals represent.
Yes.
Formerly homeless?
Yes.
Okay.
There will be in phase one, there will be 5 units for individuals who are formerly homeless and 4 units for youth aging out of foster care. And those units will be integrated with the hiring units. It'll give them an opportunity to live in brand new housing, a beautiful building.
All right. Any other question? You have a second one?
No, that was it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. The opponents may now summarize their testimony. Summary. All right, applicants being asked for a brief submission. I guess you've done that. Guess this will bring the hearing to a close. Right?
Well, you have discussion first.
Yeah. Yeah. So what was you wanted to come up earlier? Was that for this? Yes. You want to step up, sir?
No,
I just want to make sure. We want to make sure what you're speaking on.
say, what am I speaking?
Yeah.
Okay, in reference to the project, 4300 block of Sylvia Road. Miss Carter just got off the phone. She's my neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we've been very active in terms of trying to oppose this.
Get his name.
Can we have your name and address, sir?
My name is Charlie Porter. I live at 3515 Maywood Lane, Suitland, Maryland. I've been there for 15 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about the confusion earlier.
Miss Carter just spoke, and the young lady behind me has been there for over 40 years. And as we all oppose this project and so forth, this civil association, news to me, because Mr. Carter, have tried to be at all these meetings, and for someone to say that we, accepted it, we've been trying to say we don't want it in the community. And then another thing is, one person got to come into the community and make changes to our street where it got create a hardship to us. That's unacceptable in terms of changing it, going to the right instead of making a left turn. And it's been that way for over 40 years, or long before I moved over there. So the hardship it would put in for the amount of people that would be coming up and down the street that have to go over there to the project to construct the job. And I just found out that here, since I've been here, that permission had been given to the company to have all the heavy loads that go off of Suitland Parkway, because you're going to have at least 200 or 300 people working to build a job of that size, and for them to be parking on Maywood Lane, it would create a problem because the street is very narrow. So it created a hardship for us to be coming in and out, or have guests coming in or whatever on our street. So we oppose the direction of the project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right. I believe those are all the speakers on this item. Do you have any comment on the last speaker?
Just want to reiterate that we are going to do whatever we can to avoid having construction traffic go down Maywood. We just need to obtain permission from the National Park Service to have construction traffic, allow us to have construction access onto Summer Road, and we've already begun that process. But we've heard them. We understand.
Okay, yes, we'll conclude the hearing. Board members, deliberation, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Vice Chair, I move continuance until July 30th.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Lala to move to next week, Thursday, July 30th. We have a second by Commissioner Jenkins. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Lala?
Aye.
Commissioner Jenkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. The ayes have it. It continues.
The record's closed, so no more second.
Right, the hearing's closed. It'll be just for deliberation.
Oh.
I'm on you.
Okay, yeah, so it was just a good decision. All right, so please bear with us. We have a decision by next week. Thank you for your presentation. Next item on the agenda is item number 6, preliminary plan of subdivision, PPS-2026-006, Glendale Cove, evidential hearing. We'll now hear from staff who presented the item. Jason Bartlett.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, I am Jason Bartlett with the subdivision section. Item number 6 on the agenda is a preliminary plan of subdivision for Glendale Cove, PPS-2026-0006. This subdivision proposes 41 lots and 4 parcels for development of 41 residential dwelling units as a planned retirement community. This application is also subject to an approved certificate of adequacy, ADQ-2026-0008, which was approved in accordance with the subdivision regulations to ensure that infrastructure necessary to support the proposed development is adequate in accordance with established level of service standards. Next slide, please. The site is generally located in the northeast part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 71A and District Council 4. Next slide, please. More specifically, the site outlined in red is located on the east side of Springfield Road, approximately 1,200 feet north of its intersection with Lanham Severn Road. Next slide, please. The zoning map shows that the site outlined in red is located in the residential, rural, or RR zone. However, this application was reviewed under the prior subdivision regulations and prior zoning ordinance in accordance with the transitional provisions of section 27-1704 of the zoning ordinance and pursuant to the regulations applicable to the prior rural residential zone for the property. The surrounding properties are also in the RR zone, with the properties across Springfield Road lying in the residential estate zone and developed with single-family detached homes. Next slide, please. This slide shows that the site outlined in blue is adjacent to the municipality of Bowie. Next slide, please. The site map shows that the site outlined in pink indicates the topography gradually slopes down approximately 30 feet across the site from west to east. Next slide, please. The master plan right-of-way map shows that the site outlined here in blue is along the master plan classified Collector Street of Springfield Road and is situated between Lanham Severn Road to the south and Ducketttown Road to the north of the site, all being master plan classified collector streets. Next slide, please. This slide presents the preliminary plan of subdivision, which proposes to subdivide the property into 41 lots and 4 parcels for development of 41 residential dwelling units as a planned retirement community. The boundary of the property is outlined in red. The existing public right-of-way is shown in dark blue. The proposed public right-of-way to be dedicated is shown in light blue, and the primary management area is highlighted in pink. The primary management area is an environmentally sensitive area containing 100-year floodplain, streams, wetlands, and their associated buffer, which the proposed lots are situated away from. This slide also shows that the access is proposed through one full movement access point from Springfield Road connecting to an internal private street which provides access to the proposed lots. Next slide, please. This slide shows the Type 1 tree conservation plan with the proposed woodland preservation area shown in green. The site has a prior approved tree conservation plan, including a previously approved impact to the primary management area for a sewer connection, which is shown in yellow, and prior approval for the removal of specimen trees, which are shown as red circles. The TCP1 conforms to the prior approvals and does not propose any additional primary management area impacts or any additional specimen tree removal. Next slide, please. This slide shows us the site access and circulation, multimodal circulation for both pedestrian and bicycles will be provided along the property's frontage of Springfield Road and throughout the site. Pedestrian trail circulation on site is also proposed at each location of the site, which provides recreation opportunities and other amenity spaces. Next slide, please. This slide shows a fire truck turning exhibit, which indicates that adequate turnaround space has been provided for emergency vehicles that may have to serve the site. Next slide, please. In conclusion, subdivision staff recommend that the planning board adopt the findings and approve PPS-2026-0006 and Type 1 Tree Conservation Plan TCP1-2026-0004, subject to the conditions contained in the technical staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from staff and planning board?
None.
I see none. Next we hear from applicant's attorney, Christopher Hatcher.
We can swear everybody in, please. Everybody seeking to speak, can you please stand if you're able? Those online, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris Hatcher with the law firm Steele Hatcher LLC with office in Waldron. I'm the applicant. 8213 Springfield LLC on preliminary plan 2026-06. First and foremost, I appreciate the duration of time you've been here, and I'm going to keep my remarks brief, as brief as it can be. With that in mind, I want to thank staff, subdivision staff, and also zoning staff, because this matter's been going on for about 5 years through the special exception process, the preliminary plan process, and through that 5 years, there's been a healthy number of revisions to the plan. Most notably, it did originally start with 57 dwelling units, and now what is before you, what the ZHE ultimately recommended approval of to the council, and what the council ultimately approved was a maximum of 41 dwelling units.
This slide shows that the site outlined in blue.
And also a series of hearings in front of the council, I think there were 2. And that was largely based on just community interaction and some, the contentious nature of the special exception process. That being said, the applicant is very pleased with the product to put that's before you guys. It is largely, it is compliant with all the conditions of approval of special exception, and it directly addresses some of the concerns brought up by the community and ultimately reflected in the conditions of approval dealing with transportation, hence the reduction of the number of units, environmental impacts. I believe you heard your staff say that before you did not propose any additional impacts to the PMA, recreation, and in the spirit of previous commissioners, there are some dog waste stations scattered throughout the site. We're just trying to reduce the number of questions. And with that, again, we're largely very proud of the product we're putting before you guys. The applicant has reviewed the staff report and is comfortable with the conditions proposed in it. So at this point, the applicant respectfully requests that the planning board recommend approval of preliminary plan 2026-06 and adopt the findings, facts, and conclusions law and the conditions contained. There are quite a number of us here to respond to any questions you might have, and we'll just wait and see if you have questions.
All right, thank you very very much. Any questions for the attorney? Go ahead.
I do. This is near Lake Glen. Lake Glen. Are you above
Yes,
Lake
yes,
Glen?
yes.
Now, we're out to come in on 564, where I go straight going toward Bowie and turn left to come up there in Springfield.
I believe so, yes.
Now, homes are very beautiful in that area.
Yes, yes, they are.
So I'm wondering about the quality that's coming in with this building.
That's actually an incredible question, and that was one of the issues that came up during the special exception. So as part of the approval of the District Council special exception, there are a litany of conditions which are intended to maintain the quality of the houses, the product that we're going to put up. Ordinarily in a special exception process, that's not really what's done. Usually that's reviewed as part of the detailed site plan, but as this board might be aware, the detailed site plan wasn't necessarily required for this application. It isn't required for this application. So in anticipation of quality-related concerns, what we ultimately did is work with planning staff and some of the community stakeholders to ensure that the minimum quality that is reflected in the zoning ordinance in other instances are also here. We proffered conditions which the District Council ultimately adopted in the resolution.
But this is not low income.
No, it is not.
So what is going to be the range? So what's going to be a range of the incomes of the people coming in?
Well, it's intended to be a market rate planned retirement community, and so anybody over 55 who can purchase the house will qualify for the house. But it is not, unlike the matter before that you just saw, it's not intended to be. There's no income restrictions on the product that is being proposed here.
Thank you. I see no other question for the attorney. We'll now take testimonies for those who have signed up. 2 minutes. We have Frances Harley.
Hello, my name is Frances Harley. My address is 1108 Elsa Avenue, Hyattsville, Maryland, 20785. I'm here because I'm actually the purchaser of the property that is next door to where this lot is at 8111 Springfield Road. And so I'm here to oppose this strictly because I'm building a sprawling estate on that 3-acre lot. And there are significant concerns, not just for myself, but for the neighbors that are directly next to me in the Glendale Estates community about the traffic. This is a one-way in and a one-way out. I don't know how many of you have been on Springfield, but that road can be particularly dangerous, especially if you have a private driveway or if you are trying to come in and out of traffic. And so these residents are going to still have visitors. They're still going to have trucks. They're still going to have people that are coming in and out of that community. And so there's still a great concern, because that road is one lane going in one direction and one lane going in another. As someone who has the private road on there, I'm also concerned about the fact that there's not a lot of lighting. So there's also an issue of, if someone is coming off of my property, the potential of them getting hurt because of the people who like to speed and with the increase in traffic. One of the members just mentioned about the sprawling estates there. Yes, there are brand new homes. There's actually another development that's being built, and there's another that's slated for 18 single families on 40,000 square feet lots. So it is supposed to be a single family community, and this does not comport with the rest of the community. And so I strongly oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harley. Do we have Francesca Cruz? Francesca going 1, 2. Is she online?
Yes.
Do we have Henry Clayton? Francisca, if you're there, we'll come back to you if you're still online. Do we have Henry? Henry 1, 2. We have Howard Alden. Step up, please.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, just a quick question. There is an attorney signed up to also speak, Sean. I think I see you online. Are you representing?
Yes.
Who are you representing?
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Suhar. I'm with the firm of Nail and Zaller. I'm an attorney, and I represent the Wingate Homeowners Association.
Okay, we just
Yes.
want to make sure that if an attorney speaks, the people he's representing don't get to speak, so I didn't know. But
Oh.
we're all set. Thank you.
No, I am,
Thank you.
thank you. My name is Howard Alday, and I live at 8485 Springfield Road, about 250 feet from the beginning of the particular property. And also wanted to basically highlight what Holly was saying. Right now, the traffic on Springfield Road is horrendous. It's a cross through from the Baltimore-Washington Parkway to go to the Beltway, and there's a lot of traffic. It's only a 2-lane road. Many times I actually have to plan an extra 10 minutes for when I travel to get out of my driveway because it's just, and they are flying. So we had this, basically making this community, which basically now it's down to 41 units. And generally, it's a 55 and older, but at 55 people are still working. Usually in Bowie, you got at least 2 cars. So you only have one egress and ingress to come in and go out. You don't have, a fire road or anything. It's just right there, just one way to get in and out. If a car breaks down, if you have an emergency, to go get trucks in and out, there is only one way. And with that many people, potentially having 82 people going to work and coming back, every day is going to be basically a nightmare with having basically a traffic jam. The fact that you don't have the ability to leave the property in another location actually highlights it, because when you get like 20 or so cars that are focused where they can only go out one way, which is real close to the Wingate subdivision, sort of pins everyone in, and it will be a traffic nightmare. Okay.
Okay, great. Just wrap it up.
Okay. I had concern about how wide the streets were, where basically if you have to have some on-street parking, to be able to have 2 cars come forward and go, you need about another 9.5, 10 foot, and that wraps me up. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
And because of that one reason, I would say, please, we're not supportive of this project.
Your name, Thomas?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for entertaining my comments. I
I'm sorry
want
again.
to.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but Mr. Suhar, you're representing the Wingate Homeowners Association, correct?
Yeah, but I'm here as a single homeowner.
So you're speaking just as an individual? You're not.
As myself, yes. As someone who's lived here for 30 years.
Yes,
Okay.
we both want to make comments.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Dawn Suhar is representing the HOA. I'm here even though I'm the president, I'm here because I've lived here for 30 years. And
Correct.
I quickly want to say thank you to the commissioner who asked about the quality of homes, because it's often overlooked that these over 55 communities, they're not single family homes. They're there are two units in one. So that's one thing I wanted to say. Also, I want to say that the fundamental issue that flow and congestion. We've routinely heard from the planning board staff that they've done desk studies, but I live here. I live in this area. I bike, ride, walk on Springfield Road. It's a 2-lane country road. And over the last 30 years, I love development, but the reality is the flow of traffic is significant. We have a number of lovely large estate homes like Wingate that have just recently been developed, but that's increased traffic. And this new development will have at least 2 cars. My ask is that there be traffic delineations and control and protection, because there are no sidewalks and people walk and bike. We're also, I am through on Lake Glen Drive in Wingate. And so again, I ask, please consider strong traffic delineation measures. A stoplight at Springfield and Lanham Severn Road, and maybe a blinking light at Springfield and Goodluck Road. Please do not let us become casualties of poor planning. I'm extremely concerned that mitigation and control to protect me and my family and my neighbors who ride, walk, and bike on Springfield Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Do we have a Henry? Is Henry Richard online now?
He was online.
All right.
I do know that he was staying online from this morning's hearing, other issues, but I don't see him anymore.
That's assuming he's gone for a bathroom break. Do you want to go ahead? How about Francisca? Is Francisca online now? Francisca? No. No. Francisca 1. Francisca 2.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may recommend, because this hearing has taken, we're at 3 o'clock. We started at 10 o'clock. Some people, don't have all day to attend the hearing, and are, maybe they were unable to stay on this long. Respectfully, if you would maybe consider, hearing the rest of us today who want a chance to speak, but then maybe giving another opportunity for people to speak on another day. Respectfully, I'm
Vice Chair, the deadline for making a decision on this preliminary plan of subdivision is this meeting. So an extension would have to be agreed to by the applicant. But otherwise, you've heard all the testimony that's available so far, so that you have a full record.
Okay.
I'd still like to speak, though, if that's okay.
All right. Yeah, so you can go ahead now, Mr. Sean.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, my name is Sean Suhar. I'm an attorney representing the Wingate Homeowners Association, which is immediately across the street from the subject property. And I will note in my background, I do have a degree in urban planning. It's an undergraduate degree, Bachelor's of Urban Planning. But I want to express to you that Wingate Homeowners Association has opposed this project from the very beginning. Unlike what Mr. Hatcher had said, if there was an attempt to try and work with other community, the community association or what have you, I don't remember it. But on the concerns that we had raised, we have been raising ever since the beginning, including the traffic concerns that Dr. Yannette Thomas had mentioned earlier. I am adopting her arguments concerning concerns during the concerns about the traffic congestion that will be generated by this proposed project and the preliminary plan of subdivision, where basically you're considering 41 new homes in an area where this property is surrounded by the community I represent is comprised of 1 acre plus lots. very low density, and that is the just like what Ms. Gross had said earlier, when she's buying a property with a large estate, this is something that's going to be a shock to the area. The housing type, like the one commissioner had mentioned concerns about, the housing type, there's just nothing like this. And so what's being proposed here and what's going to be inserted into this community is an extremely high density attached homes in an area where they're currently the neighborhoods that surround this property are low density, large lot communities. So there's a lot of concern about the impact on roads. I'm also very concerned about the impact upon the stormwater management. I don't believe that the applicant has addressed stormwater management issues with WSSC that we've raised multiple times before, that there's going to be an impact upon the stormwater pond that we maintain and incur costs of over $1 million budget on consistently in the community that I represent. These are big concerns for my client and many members who showed up at meetings before. There were homeowners who expressed serious concerns about this project. And I would consider the planning board respectfully. You have a big job here to do, and I respect what your roles are. And I'm asking to reconsider the number of lots. It needs to be significantly reduced here. I understand what the county council had approved, but they should not have approved the special exception and a variance, because this property does not satisfy the acreage requirements for a planned retirement community, which is a minimum of 12 acres. And so I just wanted to, you may want to consider what has been heard by the county council and the zoning hearing examiner before today, because this was wrongly decided by the zoning hearing examiner, and the recommendations were not based on the facts, which is that this property is less than 12 acres, and it does not satisfy the requirements for a special exception. And so I respectfully request that you deny the preliminary plan and subdivision request by the applicant. And I'm available to discuss this matter with you further if you'd like, and answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean.
Hello, this is Henry Wixon. I had technical problems before, but I would like to test. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, President of Glendale in Maryland and President of the Glendale Citizens Association, serving Greater Glendale and its environs since 1949. The GDCA opposes PPS 2026-0006 and TCP1 2026-0004 and urges the Planning Board not to approve it. The proposed density of this project is way too high and out of character with the surrounding low residential RR and RE zoned single-family detached communities. It also presents serious traffic safety concerns, which the GDCA believes are overwhelming. The staff report notes a number of unsatisfied or open requirements, but in each case asserts that these should be addressed administratively out of the public's view and without public input, which is necessary for the planning board to render an informed decision. Examples of this include the special exception itself applicable to this property, which the staff report notes has not been certified, yet includes requirements not satisfied yet by the applicant. Another example is stormwater management, which Mr. Suhar mentioned, which the staff report states the location is not consistent with the SE or with the alternative compliance that are applicable. Other examples of unacceptable deferral requirements that should be satisfied before this planning board, before acting on this application, include special exception conditions 1C, 1D, 1I, 1, 1J, 1 through 18, and that last one includes the stormwater management nonconformance and defers its conformance decision to non-public signature approval without any public input for the planning board's informed decision. Also, condition 2A through H regarding TCP 2 notes that that has not been certified. It cannot be deferred to administrative approvals when, in fact, the planning board should have this information before it renders a decision on this PPS. The staff report states the required on-site recreational facilities will be reviewed later out of the public eye with CE certification, signature certification. That should have been satisfied now before this point for the planning board's informed decision. And I disagree with the staff's report and misplaced emphasis on Plan 2035's policy on expanding senior housing. They go deep into the document to find that, but they ignore the policies up front, which is that in established communities, there is an emphasis on context-sensitive infill and low to medium density development. Those are the policies that need to be approved or comported with under 2035, and it is wrong to ignore them in favor of other less important ones. Regarding the stormwater management, the staff report at pages 14 and 15 notes that the facility locations don't comply with either the SE or the AC requirements, but purports to defer compliance to permitting. But this staff statement on permitting itself inadequate is not even included as a condition of approval for this PPS. So it's a statement that doesn't have any teeth behind it. The public facilities requirement for fire and EMS established response times is stated at page 18, but not addressed in the report. We recommend disapproval of PPS 2026-0006 and TCP 1-2026-0004, and thank you for your attention this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Henry. All right.
Wixon, yes.
Mr. Wixon. Thank you. We've heard from all speakers. Just want to remind us that we do have a traffic consultant here who will make sure any light on any questions. Do we have any questions from planning board? I see none. Mr. Hatcher, do you want to address?
For the record, Chris Hatcher, here on behalf of the applicant. A lot of information was said, and so I'll just sort of address a few comments to what Mr. Suhar said, the attorney for Wingate. I think penalty of perjury is a funny thing. And when you take a look at the stormwater management concept, you'll see that we're not actually putting the stormwater management, it's all being handled on site. So to suggest that we are putting anything in that community doesn't necessarily coincide with the plans that have been reviewed and approved by both your staff and my staff. Additionally, by definition, in Plan 35, it defines low density as up to 3.5 dwelling units in the acre, which is exactly what we proposed, which is the result of the reduction that the council decided to do and the ZHG decided to do, which coincidentally also reduces the amount of traffic, which is one of the chief complaints you heard from Mr. Suhar. With that being said, on-site sidewalks are being provided. And actually, we're also providing sidewalks along our frontage. That road actually isn't entirely a public right-of-way, so as part of this application, part of the plat, we're going to dedicate that road, our portion of the road, to ensure that the public continues to have unfettered access to the thoroughfare that it has access to now, but is not dedicated or otherwise restricted. There were additional comments, but again, I'm just sort of reserving my responses to the attorney, because I fundamentally believe that community stakeholders should have every right to say whatever they want. That being said, conditions, to the extent that there are concerns related to quality of the homes, and I think that was one of your concerns, and it was a very appropriate concern. Condition 1C, 1, 2, 3, 4, in the interest of time, I don't need to read them, but if you'd like, I can read them. All address the quality of the product that is proposed, because that, again, was a very interesting focal point. And in an effort to address those things, independent of any legal obligation, the applicant proffered those, which are very consistent with standard quality-related standards for these types of units. With that, the applicant rests on these.
All right, any questions for applicant's attorney? I see or hear none. No questions. After the hearing is now closed. Mike? The time to call for deliberation. Board members, what's your pleasure?
I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve PPS 2026-0006 and TCP 1-2026-0004, along with the conditions outlined in the staff's report.
There was a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jenkins and a second by Commissioner Matthews. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Jenkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
I vote aye.
Commissioner Lara?
No.
And I vote aye as well. The ayes have it. I would like to ask Mr. Archer, please, if you can get back to the community. You've seen how greatly concerned that they are with traffic, with congestion, with we really feel for the community. But with the finding of staff, it appears that staff we agree with me. You guys have done that great work, and we just have to go. I have to go with the commission of staff. I just want to make sure that you will listen to the community and see what we can do about this traffic.
We will absolutely continue to coordinate with the community, yes. And thank you all for your vote.
All right, the next item, that concludes that. The next item is item number 8. We still got like 8 more items. Community Planning Division, City of Mount Rainier, Legacy Mixed Use Town Center, Design Review Committee nominations. We'll now hear from staff who will present this item. Maher Tariq and Jasmine Silva Kuman.
Hello, my name is Aaron Stiegler. For the record, I'm filling in for Maher Tariq. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Planning Board. Again, for the record, my name is Aaron Stiegler from the Neighborhood Revitalization Section. I'm here on behalf of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Mount Rainier to present their nominations to the Mount Rainier Mixed Use Town Center Design Review Committee. Mr. Vice Chair, would you like me to read the memorandum into the record, or would you prefer that I read only the names of the nominees?
Names is fine.
Okay. These nominations are for 2-year terms, and again, these nominations were made by the City of Mount Rainier. The nominees are as follows. Ms. Robin Bliss, who has demonstrated experience as a design professional. Dr. Nathan Birch, who has demonstrated experience in environmental planning. Mr. Nathan Sidoroff, who has demonstrated experience as a design professional. Mr. Sachin Kandari, who has demonstrated experience in engineering technology. Ms. Samantha Kay, who has demonstrated experience as a design professional. Mr. Anthony Lee, who has demonstrated experience as a design professional. And Ms. Elise Moore, who has demonstrated experience as a design professional. The resumes and biographies of the nominees are attached to the memorandum for the board's review. Staff recommends that the Planning Board confirm the nominations for new 2-year terms. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for staff from the Planning Board? I see none, I hear none. That brings the hearing to close. Board members, it was a pleasure.
We just need a motion approving the nominations.
I move approval of the nominations, Mr. Vice Chair. I second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lala and a second by Commissioner Matthews. We'll now call the roll. Commissioner Lala?
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews?
How about
Commissioner Jenkins stepped down for a minute, and I vote aye as well. The ayes will have it. We have 3 and 1 is absent. All right. I'd like to thank everybody for there'll be a prize for everybody that stayed in. We had a full room. So we just only have staff. Thank you so much for hanging in there. This will bring the items for today to close. The meeting is now adjourned.